Good evening, everyone. Jason and Matt back for another episode of Beyond the Red Zone. You guys already were, what did Max say, with both barrels?
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, Mercutio Nuri. We hadn't even started yet. I'm just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Just going after us. Jason was making a last-minute trip to stockpile raisin bread.
I didn't. So I was so busy trying to book shows and put shows up and get everything ready and make sure everything was in place. Pascal had called me the other day and he asked, "Hey, can we get Danny Bessner to do this?" And so I had to ask, Daniel Bessner, best-selling journalist Daniel Bessner, "Hey, can you come on the show twice?"
He's just like, like I'm not busy enough. When
I just had a kid.
He
obliged, no problem. So I'm just getting everything set. And, I was talking to Wild Bill Cody this morning, wanted this LA Riot show. So he's like, you know what? Let me hit up some of my friends that were there. And Bill Cody's friends are all these like super famous people. So we're trying to put together some superstar studded show to talk about the riots and what really went on. Bill started telling me some inside dope about the LA riots I didn't even know about.
Yeah, man. I mean, the thing is, like, my dad was a bouncer in California at that time, right? And he worked at this shitty bar in Sacramento, literally called Roadhouse or The Roadhouse, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his buddy was like, "Listen, man, I got a gig down in LA, $300 a night." So my dad goes down there. Like, I stay with my aunts up in Sacramento, and then the riots fucking broke out, dude. And he was like, my dad is stupid tall, right? He's like 6'6", and he's got like a really deep voice. I think he's had arthritic knees since he was like 10, so he doesn't move very fast, But he's just sitting there like, yeah, I'm standing at the door checking IDs, And then I was like, you were bouncing at a bar open during the day where they had to have a bouncer. He's like, oh yeah, this place fucking sucked. And he's like, it was a brick first that like hits the door. And I just kind of looked and he's like, next thing you know, there's like a chair flying. He's like, you know what? It's not worth $300 a night. He's like, I got my car and I drove right back to Sacramento.
Damn.
Yeah.
It was real, dude. Bill's telling me, I'm not going to get into what Bill said, but Bill was going in and I was like, Jesus Christ, man, this is, I mean, some of the stuff I knew a little bit about, but oof.
Yeah.
He was working for, I believe he was working for the city at that time. And he really went out on the police officers. He's like, a lot of those guys, if you think about how they were portrayed before, during, and right after, he goes, it's because a lot of those cops that were part of the trial were working in Hollywood as consultants. And some just retired and worked as consultants. Really? So it's going to be an interesting show.
See, that's what we should have fucking went and did, is become consultants, work a couple hours a week, charge insane fucking rates. Like, Chad, Jason and I were talking yesterday. I don't know if you saw, but some Trump dipshit, what was he, like the director of comms for Trump at one point?
Mm-hmm.
And they're selling pills at $90 a bottle to counteract your COVID vaccine. And I was like, Jason, if we didn't have like really smart listeners, we could make a killing in this shit. Just selling sugar pills for $90 a bottle.
I would love to know how much money Alex Jones makes.
Oh, God.
Selling his bullshit. I don't know if he got called out on it.
Oh, dude, during the trial, that was brought up because he's like, I don't have any money. I'm poor. I don't make any money for InfoWars. And they're like, bruh, you cleared like 30 million in sales from bone broth. And he was like, but that's not associated with InfoWars.
Hey, Mac, we're getting an MMA. Someone's saying that we don't talk MMA.
Well, I mean, we have specific shows where we do, but I watched the fights this weekend, and nothing overjoyed me than having the co-main event of UFC 300 be two Chinese women strolling out, just streaming Chinese flags. And I was like, bro, if I had Facebook right now, oh man, there'd be I'd see all the angry people.
This weekend was the one where the guy said the thing about reading von Mises, reading the libertarian.
I mean, dude, that's the thing. Like, I love MMA, but so many of the dudes, like Jake Shields, Cody Garbrandt, are like these, like, weird, calling themselves anarcho-libertarians, or and it's just like, no, what you want is money to not really be worth anything, have the ability to use crypto to pay for weird sex stuff and drugs without being caught, and just doing whatever the fuck you want. All I'm saying is Milei down in Argentina, like, their economy's cratering already, and he's only been president for like 14 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
So, and he's one of those self-described, anarcho-libertarians. And it's just like, you obviously don't know what the anarcho part of that means. But dude, and that's why it's like hard. I love watching guys like Cody Garbrandt just get his fucking skull caved in, because I'm like, you deserve it, bro. Like, you fucking deserve it. But yeah, the fights this weekend were pretty good. Zhang Weili is just phenomenal. She got caught a couple times, but she's just dominant. Freaking, I think the whole BMF belt is stupid. But it gives people a reason to like get excited, about certain fights. But Gath J and Holloway was phenomenal. Phenomenal fight. And then that fucking hook that Holloway hit Gath J with, and just the last, few seconds of the fight, like, you saw Gath J he was out on his feet.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a phenomenal fight. I had to leave Hooters before the main event, because I was just like, I can't be around all these vet bros.
And you were actually at a Hooters?
Yeah, dude, they carry the fights for free. You
were time out. You were at Hooters. There's no fucking Buffalo Wild Wings.
Dude, Buffalo Wild Wings charges here
to watch the fight in Fayetteville.
Yeah, man.
North Carolina.
Yeah.
How far are you from Charlotte?
Yeah, Hooters used to do the same thing, but like someone threw like a fit and like mailed corporate, and then they were like, okay, you guys technically didn't do anything illegal, but you can't do that, like, so I mean, I didn't mind. Like, Hooters, I can get a couple beers and watch the fights, but then you're just surrounded by, like I said, vet bros and like current serving, service members, and I can only deal with that for so long before I'm just like, I'd rather like sharpen a pencil and jam it through my ear into my brain than listen to you fucking idiots talk about dumb shit anymore. I can't do it.
I didn't know. I was thinking about you, and I didn't bring this up to you because I'm sure you were having a decent day in your life. Even if you were having a bad day, I didn't want to bring this up to you. Even if you just yelled at your children, and your ex-wife called you a piece of shit, and your roommate peed on the floor and didn't clean it up, and you stepped in it. Even if all those things happened to you, I wasn't going to ask you that. I will ask you on air.
Okay. Yeah, that's great.
That's different. I didn't realize, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong in my life. I think it's the entertainment that I try to bring to the viewers of the TIR universe altogether. But I'm getting so much soldier bullshit. I mean, I don't know where it's coming from, because I don't really. You and Marcus really aren't soldier dudes. You guys don't really deal. You don't talk about gun stuff.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm getting so much soldier, like people talk about, well, who's a real SEAL. Yeah.
God. You know what pissed me off most is, like, I have a TikTok that's mostly food, like wrestling, and women with large boobs, right? Like, that's essentially my TikTok. But it's every so often, who shows up in my feed? David Goggins.
The running guy.
Oh, just the fitness dude, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
and he's a former SEAL, and he's a motivational speaker, and he wrote a fucking book that a therapist I was seeing tried to give me, and I'm like, okay, dude, don't take this the wrong way, but you can like sit on that. I don't give a shit. And I will not be coming back to talk to you if you're trying to force David fucking Goggins on me. Um, you know, like, and I'm just like, why is this man yelling at me? Like, why? I didn't do anything. But see, I will tell you guys how I did punish myself this week. I had a free movie voucher, and guess what I went to see?
Zero Dark Thirty.
I went to see Civil War.
Oh, I heard that was horrible.
It wasn't horrible. It was a very amazingly shot film.
Okay.
The premise of it kind of bothered me, right? I can understand what they called the Florida Alliance, which was like 8 of the old Confederate states, right?
Mhm.
But then you have the Western Forces, which is California and Texas.
Interesting.
And you had Nick Offerman, also known as Ron Swanson, playing the president who's in his 3rd term and has allowed the United States to just fall apart. He's in the film for all of like 5 minutes, and it's at the very beginning and at the very end, right? But it centers around like journalists trying to get to the front, like because the Western forces are getting ready to invade DC, and so you have Kirsten Dunst, who was really good. Like she plays like this old, like she's been a combat photographer for like 30 something, 20, 25 years. Like she's an old hand at this. Then you have like this, her partner, like who does like the interviewing and shit. He's like a young, kind of like, well, younger than her, kind of out there. Like he's like always in a war zone. So he's kind of has a lot of self-destructive habits. And then you have like this older dude who's in his 70s, who's just, this is his last go round. And then this like very young, like 23-year-old girl who's trying to follow in Kirsten Dunst's footsteps. And it was actually like I said, really well shot. I think maybe he could have fleshed out like the backstory, like just on like, the lines on the black screen, like California and Texas are pissed off. And this is why they agree, like give me something, but why are Texas and Cali joining up together? But I mean, it was good. But like what really hit home is that 2 other journalists were taken, and this group of 4 go like to try to negotiate their release, right? Because they're being held at gunpoint by American soldiers, right? That's all essentially that you could say, right? And Kirsten Dunst's partner is Cuban with an accent, and the guy walks up and he's like, "Hey, we're Americans," and then like the soldier goes, "What kind of Americans?" And like the camera pans back, dude, and there's this giant truck with bodies in it, dumping them into a mass grave.
Oof.
Right. And what I hate is when my first deployment to Bosnia, saw a lot of them.
Oh, you went to Bosnia?
Yeah.
I had my best friend. I'm the godfather to his son. That was his first deployment.
It was awful. That's
all. Never the same.
Yeah. But I'm like, dude. So he's like, "We're American," and the soldier with the gun is like, "What kind of American?" And I'm like, holy fuck, this is like literally tapping right into America's veins right now, because there would be an American soldier that would say shit like that, But yeah, I mean, it was okay. Would I watch it again if it was on like TBS and I needed noise in the back?
It's second screen viewing, as they say.
Yeah, But I mean, it was. I think the cinematography was phenomenal, but the story could have used some work. Like that's, But yeah, it wasn't.
I got
bad.
Civil War confused with the other movie. There's another movie that was popular maybe like 6 months ago. That was some like libertarian right wing thing along those same lines. That one of the, I think he played.
Was Jim Caviezel in it?
I think so.
Oh my god! Oh no! Oh, that was the one where he plays like the dude who goes out and rescues kids, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Hollywood fucking all the children.
Yeah. But see, the thing is, people forget that the dude that he portrays in the movie was like fired by his own organization for lying in the press. Right? Like, and then the victims that he supposedly helped escape, a lot of them are like, he didn't do shit. Like,
Sound of Freedom. Thank you.
yeah, he brought a bunch of cameras, and like the local cops are the ones that pulled us out. But he would like run in, like when the cops would like bust down the door, he would like jump in there with like a camera crew.
What the fuck? Dude?
Yes,
What part of the game is this? What in the Geraldo Rivera is going on here?
Yeah, but like, dude, Caviezel's such a man, that's a weird motherfucker. He plays Jesus one time, and now he's
that was enough.
Yeah,
that was enough. Look at Russell Brand. He still thinks he's special.
Oh my god, dude, that fucking
It doesn't take much to get a God complex.
No, and the thing is, what happens when you get that God complex? You immediately, you don't drift right. You sprint right.
It depends where you hang, right? If you hang around a bunch of people that want to be next to you because they think getting next to you is getting next to somebody famous, it's going to be real hard for you to get brought down to earth.
Oh man,
it's the sad reality. You know what the sad reality is? Finding out the Warriors got blown up.
Oh, dude, I watched the game. And I'm telling you right now, the Kings, they could do some damage this year. The Kings. All right. First off, somebody called us out at the end of last week when I was like, so you 3 out of your 4 basketball teams you stole. No, California stole all of them.
Everyone. Remember where California sits in the world when it was established as a state. Wasn't nothing jumping off first in California. I'm okay with that. I am totally fine with that. We got some great throwback merchandise. You ever seen the San Francisco Seals hat?
Oh, dude, yeah, the Seals shows.
You ever seen some Oakland Oaks shit? Dope.
Dude, I mean, I wake up and pay $5 a month for the streaming service for the Oakland Roots, man. And that's how I got into soccer. Phenomenal outreach. And on top of that, Oakland is getting, I'm not even kidding, they got a Frontier League team for baseball, and they're calling them the Oakland Ballers, but they're shortening it to Bees. And they're using the same kind of like social media engagement teams that the Roots have, and it's so fucking good, man.
People want sports in Oakland like they want it in Seattle, but it's a different vibe. This is just my opinion. I've been to Seattle. It's a different vibe. Sports are still in Seattle. The Seahawks are going nowhere. The Sounders are going nowhere. The Mariners are going nowhere.
And the Kraken are unbelievably popular, even with the collapse this year.
And they
just fell apart.
Right, Seattle has downtown stadiums. So Oakland is a city. Like, people forget that Oakland is 58 square miles. It's a pretty big city. San Francisco is 7 square miles. It's really small.
Yeah.
So, Oakland not having baseball anymore is a bit heartbreaking. Losing the Warriors to San Francisco as that dynasty dies is a little more heartbreaking. The Niners moving so far from San Francisco, it's barely in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Bay Area sports, in my opinion, is not for a person like me. A Bay Area native that grew up rooting for Bay Area, for the most part, Bay Area teams. I mean, I come of age in the Run TMC era of the Warriors. I always make the joke that they didn't turn on regular TV until about that time. But it is sad to see, because because San Francisco is such a transient city. And I remember when the Giants won that first World Series in 2010, I think I was on tour when it happened. I think it was in South Carolina when they won. And by the time I came home, everybody had Giants hats on.
Yeah.
it was like everybody had them, right? And you just knew these people weren't from the city. And then they didn't. By 2016, all those Giants hats are gone, and they got replaced with Warriors hats.
Yeah, I mean, but see, the thing is, this is the sad part. This is the horrible sad part of it is regular people are getting priced out of sports.
Yes.
When it comes to like attendance, and when you have a city like Oakland, which, let's face it, has been in some sort of financial decline since the late 70s and early 80s, when industry stopped, you essentially being a huge part of the city, right? You lose the ability to have these huge corporate sponsors. You don't have the disposable income to be able to afford games. Um,
You want to read that?
I'm a baseball fan, which means, according to ESPN, I am basically a stamp collector or banjo enthusiast. Well, actually, Rap Album Depot, I lick stamps while playing my banjo.
There you go. Take that.
All right. I've got what you call master coordination. But no, I mean, and that's the sad part, especially when you look at leagues like the NBA or Major League Baseball. Their seasons are incredibly long. You have 82 games in the NBA. You have 162 Major League Baseball. But still, why am I paying $70 per ticket?
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
Why? Like, when I am back in Cleveland, I will wait to day of, get on StubHub, and fucking find a $5 or $6 ticket in the bleachers and just stand at the railing in the left field and just watch the game there. Because there's a beer thing right there. I can go grab a beer, go right back to the rail. Didn't lose my spot. I don't have to fight crowds. So, and yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Sports are largely expensive because Zoomers aren't into sports like millennials. But the thing is, I wouldn't say they're not into sports the same way. They're not into what, like, Jason and I grew up with. Soccer is going to be the most popular sport in America soon. It's already the most played sport at the like intramural school level, because it's deemed safer. But I mean, fun fact, there are more instances of concussions from heading the ball than there are in rugby.
Don't tell those soccer. There's going to be, wine is going to get spilled everywhere.
Jeeves, did you hear that?
It's
So,
the fallout from that.
True travesty of information.
All these Volvo SUVs just crashing into each other. You don't want to unleash. Just use your inside voice for that.
Yeah, the one Volvo backed it or rear-ended a fucking SUV or crossover. Fake news, fucking fake news, right? Soccer is
don't do that. And for Sacramento, they got a whole new stadium, pretty much on the backs of those Chris Webber, Vlade Divac teams.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, well, a lot of that had to do with Kevin Johnson. A lot of people forget that Kevin Johnson single-handedly kept the Kings.
Isn't he from
in Sacramento? Yes, or like right around there. But he became mayor, right? And he, fought tooth and nail because the Kings were on the short list to move to Seattle, right? Once the Sonics moved to Oklahoma City, right? And he fought tooth and nail to like get a stadium there, make sure, like, honestly, like, you've talked about whatever the fucking Oakland Coliseum's name is now. I can't keep up with it.
It's just Oakland Coliseum.
Yeah. Right. It's kind of in the middle of, it's not downtown. It's on the outskirts, He wanted the stadium in downtown Sacramento and he shoehorned that bitch in there. Right. Or it's pretty close.
It's downtown.
Yeah. So like he made sure it was there. It was going to have foot traffic. It was going to have shit around it. And then the thing is, I don't believe he won re-election following his term because people realized that their taxes went up to pay it and pay for the stadium. So it's like, hey man, we kept their team here. And they're just like, get the fuck out of here, Kev. All right, you're done.
Pete, remember the Kings are the newest team. That's what, 84? 85?
Yeah, I think it's the early 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, to the Bay Area. So there's no history of even professional sports to that level in Sacramento. Like that downtown stadium, I don't even remember when that was built. It's relatively, maybe we should look it up. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the 90s. But that downtown baseball stadium was built in Sac for that team. The River Rats?
Yes, I believe so.
River Cats.
Let's see. We have. Okay. I think it's Heart Health Park. Nope, that is soccer. Is it Charles C. Hughes? Nope, that is for Sacramento State.
Mm-mm. It's got it. Isn't it called like River Rat Stadium or something?
Rail Yard Stadium. Oh, nope, that is a planned stadium that is going to be for the Sacramento Republic FC, who are trying to get into MLS as an expansion team. What the hell? Where is this?
Well, Mac is looking that up.
Yes,
I found this gentleman on the internet, and he is totally ruined my whole day.
We got the Dark Lord of Dubai's. Rest in peace, Kobe. These are what you wear to commit flagrant fouls at LA Fitness. These are what you wear to violate a Bengal tiger. We got the special ops pulling your pants all the way down at a urinal. The abnormally large homeschooled kids sixes, aka the Disneyland spousal abusers. These are what you wear to box people out at the Goodwill. These are what you wear when you think you're a transformer, but you can only transform into autistic rage. You got the nightmare before your parole hearings. These are what you wear to pull a box cutter on people in Panera Bread. These are what the Pink Panther would wear if he sold timeshares. You got the Santa's Little Helper Persian editions. These are what you wear when you're the corrupt mayor of a sea colony. We got the trust fund bisexual brunch loafers. These joints own a ridiculously overpriced boutique shop that's all coffee tables with tree trunk bases. These are what you wear to cause accidents on a winding road on your bicycle. They come with a pair of oversized testicles. We got the less than mediocre street artists. These come with a notebook of schizophrenic ramblings. We got the young Guatemalan mothers. These are currently on a shopping spree at Burlington. We got the pervert French dog groomers. These joints spend half their monthly paycheck at the smoke shop. Somehow, these fight MMA at the farmer's market. These are what you wear to mansplain film to your date at a ramen bar. These have an unorthodox superhero on payroll. These are that previous back on TV.
Mansplain films at a ramen bar. Wow, man. Wow. Okay, so it's Sutter Health Park, and it was built in 2000. Yeah. So it's, the thing is, by minor league baseball standards, right? This is old. You know, like that's the sad part. I just want to say thank you, Atlanta Braves, for fucking municipalities everywhere by making it stadium's shelf life is 20 years now.
Speaking of the Atlanta Braves, do you remember a pitcher by the name of Steve Avery?
Yeah.
So there's a Facebook group I'm a part of that's about baseball cards because I'm that kind of nerd. And someone posted a picture of an autographed Steve Avery rookie. So if you remember, I think he got drafted at high school.
Yeah, and he was part of the big three with Glavine, Maddox, Avery, and Smoltz.
Maddox
that was like that.
I think he was like 4th or 5th on the rotation, and then he got hurt or something. It was never really the ace. But he had 2 18-win seasons, if I remember correctly. He was pretty good when he came up because he didn't spend too much time in the minors. But this guy has this autographed Steve Avery card, and he says in the caption of the picture, he says, "I got this card when I was a kid. I bought it off somebody because I was a big Steve Avery fan, and I don't think the signature was his. I found Steve Avery on social, like at a conference or social media, I forget. He mails him the card, and Steve Avery says, 'That's not my signature,' signs the card, a new card, and sends him another card. And everybody's like, 'Oh, that's so cool. Steve Avery's so nice.' And then one person comments, 'Who in the hell is forging Steve Avery's?'" I fell the fuck out.
Dude, yeah, because like what kind of cat's like, you know what? I'm gonna forge your signature. Like, who you gonna forge, man? Steve Avery.
Like,
Hey, rap album, you're right. Minor league baseball parks have gotten better because I can take my banjo and my Samson now without any trouble.
like who?
You know?
And also baseball cards, Mac. We are of an age where there were cards that you got and you thought you were going to be rich, and someone had a picture of a Todd Zeal rated rookie next to a Ben McDonald rated rookie. And the comment just said, I thought I had my college paid for with me.
I mean, the thing is, remember, like Zeal and Ben McDonald were supposed to be like can't miss. They're gonna just own the league. And Zeal had a pretty long career, but he was mostly like a utility guy. But McDonald, like, blew out his elbow about 14 times.
He also blew it out in college at LSU.
Yeah.
He was
Well, dude, it's like that. I sent you that screenshot of the story from The Athletic. The biggest rise in Tommy John surgeries are in kids aged 13 to 17 now. That's where you're seeing the rise in applications of ulnar collateral surgery, which, I mean, we have talked about this a couple times. Sports specialization is a bad thing. I don't give a shit if it makes you like the best baseball player, but what you've done is force a kid to throw as hard as he can, because we don't let kids pitch anymore. You have to throw. You have to be able to hit mid-90s fastball. Like, dude, it's weird because like when you see sinkers and sliders hitting 87, 88, 90 miles per hour, and then you're throwing as hard as you can and getting that kind of torque on your forearm and your elbow, no shit, it's going to fuck things up. Right? And the thing is, it's like, I would like to sit down with Greg Maddux. This dude never threw more than like 91 and was one of the most dominant pitchers
91
to ever play
in a certain part of his career, though. Right? Because he wasn't hitting 91 in the last 5-6 years. He was in the 80s.
Dude, he was a plate nibbler, and the thing is now, like, the surgeon that they spoke to said that what they're doing for people who have to have multiple surgeries, they essentially encase the ligament in like this protective kind of film before reattaching everything to kind of strengthen it, kind of like welding a support beam on it. Right. But, it's crazy that we are seeing kids have this surgery. It's it's horrible. Like, let kids pitch. Just let kids pitch. They don't need to be destroying their arm, before they even get to college or the minors.
Are going the way of running backs, where it's like, look, dude, Walter Payton, Emmitt Smith, to a certain degree, Tony Dorsett, you're not going to play in 3 different decades. It's a wrap for you. 3 years, 4 years. And I know people say, well, the average lifespan. Yeah, but if you go back and look at how long players played before, and this is before like spelling people that much and dual backfields like that, but it just feels like, fuck it. We can get another 19-year-old that's throwing 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing we have to realize with baseball, and Virtuoso, I don't think the pitch clock has anything to do with it. I'm going to be, there are people that will probably motherfuck me down for saying that, but I don't think it's the pitch clock, right? I think it is just pitchers don't pitch anymore. They throw, right? That's what they do. And, I think if you are a baseball fan, you have to come to terms with the fact that we'll never see another 300-game winner, like, ever. It's not going to happen.
Last one?
Randy Johnson, 2009.
Randy Johnson has 300 wins?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Roger Clemens doesn't have 300.
He did. He does. He got it. He got there in 2007. Maddox and Tom Glavine got it in 2008, and Randy Johnson had 300. So, it's kind of like I don't think that we're gonna see that kind of longevity anymore. I think the new bar that the Baseball Hall of Fame is gonna have to deal with is, instead of 300 wins, you're gonna have to look at 200. Because like you're just not gonna have pitchers last that long.
I mean, that's
and the thing is the sad thing is that it was 2003. Thank you, Virtuoso.
You were off by a year. You were off by a year. Virtuoso, are you going to be that guy right now? It's off the top of his head. God damn it, Jesus.
But here's the funny thing: before Clemens notched 300 in 2003, the last one before him was Nolan Ryan in 1990. Damn. So I mean, Sutton
and Nolan Ryan pitched before black people were allowed in buildings.
Oh, dude, yeah. Like
I think Nolan Ryan was the one in front of the door. No, only the white ones can get in.
But like you're gonna have to see a big adjustment of how things are measured when it comes to baseball, because hitters are gonna last longer, right? We've seen players, kind of extend their careers with the designated hitter. Which somebody was bitching about the National League designated hitter. Get over it, dude. Nobody wants to watch pitchers hit, right? If I wanted to watch someone flail around with a bat, I would go invite you to my beer league softball team and just watch.
I miss Don. Was it Don Robinson for the Niners for the Giants? He used to just jack homers every so often.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the only time I wanted to see a pitcher hit was Bartolo Colon, and that was because up until he was in his early 40s pitching with the Mets, he had never hit a home run, and then he finally did it. That was it. I didn't like watching.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. People can say in the National League, they really played baseball. They bunted and stole bases and moved runners around to score. Yeah, dude, it's easier to plan for an 8-person lineup, knowing goddamn well your pitcher's batting ninth, right? Than it is to plan against somebody who's got this giant of a man, probably coked and roided out of his mind, with a bat the size of a light pole that's just gonna come up and crush the ball, right? In the 80s and early 90s, he probably had a very bushy mustache as well, right? That was
Robin Yount.
But see, I give Yount a lot of credit because remember he went from shortstop to the outfield before he became a full-time DH because he played
6'4".
Yeah, and he played on all that shitty turf. His knees were held together with chewed bubble gum,
Yount. Didn't he not even go to the minors?
I don't believe he did.
Yeah, he was one of those just what are you gonna do? I'm either gonna strike out or hit home run. That's what I'm gonna do.
Rob Deere. That was one of my favorites, dude. Just a giant man who was he had some pop, but then he freaking started juicing and just started crushing the ball, but the man couldn't move. So they're we can't even have you as a first baseman. He's like, I know, man, it's bad, isn't it?
But ball go far.
Yeah, I hit ball. I grow majestic mustache.
We need to. Hey, you guys want to bring something back to baseball? Bring back that cop mustache having ass motherfucker that just smashed, and he was any color.
Oh, dude, yeah. Let's face it. Cecil Fielder
Yeah.
had a giant mustache for a long time.
The color, ethnicity does not matter. Cop mustache, you're built like an O, and massive forearms. Bring that guy back. You're stealing places. Don't even bother.
And stop wearing all those Oakley ballistic lenses. Bring back those fucking Ray-Bans Reggie Jackson used to wear.
You know what we call those? We call those cokehead sunglasses.
Oh, dude, yeah, that makes sense.
If you wear Ray-Ban, that's all I think when I see them. Like, oh, someone's got their cokehead glasses.
Someone's got a little
Just
problem there.
someone's messing with booger sugar. I don't care if you're a fucking soccer mom of 9 in your Volvo SUV. You got on Ray-Bans, those cop Ray-Bans.
Mm-hmm. You stopped at the Dunkin's or Starbucks, got your latte, and then you just pulled over into the grocery store parking lot on your armrest, just
just cutting the shit out of them orange slices.
Mama's got her go juice.
Wait. Mama's got her go juice. Wait.
Oh, man.
Oh, did I send it to Tucson?
Oh, man. But yeah, I mean, dude, Rappo, like, I still enjoy baseball. I'm a Guardians fan, so I'm very happy with the way. I think we scored more runs just in 16 games than we did all of last season. So I'm pretty pumped about that. But yeah, I mean, you got to think baseball's it's a weird sport. It's kind of caught in the middle between us banjo and stamp playing stamp collectors,
in the middle,
right? And trying to reach younger kids, but like you're not gonna keep them hooked for 9 innings of a 4-hour game. I completely agree with trying to speed it up a little. Like, why does a dude have to readjust his armbands and his batting gloves 38 times in between each swing of the bat? Right? Like, who gives a shit? Like, just put your shit on, go out there, hit ball far or ground out into double play, whatever you want to do, right? Just play, like it drives me nuts. Like, even watching football, people have to realize it's a 60-minute game with only about 16 minutes of actual play. But I love it, but it drives me nuts when the people are just like taking their time, let me pull my little arm thing up. And it's just like, dude, snap the fucking ball, please. Please just snap the ball. Please. Okay, you're not going to snap the ball. Okay. It's just like, fuck you, man. Oh, Hunter, coked out soccer moms wearing Ray-Bans are another wonderful addition to the TRR universe. Yes.
I found a video that I want to show you.
Oh,
Sorry,
God.
man.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Please tell me it's a soccer mom doing coke.
It's really close. It is so close. It's a soccer dad.
Oh, boy.
And it looks like, have you ever been around a person that someone gave them a rail of meth instead?
Oh, no. Oh, no. And he's at a soccer game? Oh, God.
What if he was at church?
Oh.
Are you watching?
Oh, I'm focused. Let's do this.
Okay.
How? Okay. Before we actually talk about what we plan on talking about, chat, we have to address this. If you are someone of faith, I'm not going to knock you for it. If it makes you a better person and it kind of centers you, cool. But shit like that, can we not all agree? The pastor fucking paid him to act like a jackass to show his envelopment of the Holy Spirit before they, right?
First Rose gave him a dab of bath salt. That was not that holy oil. That was not a little dab behind the ears. That was a little bit. You talk about this like.
I don't get how like you can like the speaking in tongues shit. Like I never got that. Like the girlfriend I had in high school, like she took me to a Pentecostal church, and I'm just like sitting there. I'm used to Catholic church. I'm used to standing up and kneeling a lot. Like that's what I'm used to. But it's like people are like yelling and speaking in tongues. Like the pastor had a snake. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
right?
You were in West Virginia somewhere.
I was like, this is
Appalachians.
this is your church, you know? And he just, I mean, I got through it, and we got in her car, and I was like, don't ever bring me here again.
I would I would have went if you told me, Jay, man, there's this crazy church. I was like, hey, you said enough. Stop right there. Let's go, and I'll bring popcorn, and we
just record the whole fucking thing.
Just having a ball.
Oh man, dude, that's the thing. Like the Republican nominee for North Carolina's governor is a man named Mark Robinson, and he's like an ordained like preacher, and you know he's just a big, large, fat black dude, which the Republicans are like, we needed one of those in North Carolina.
Clarence Thomas is getting old. This model is getting old, right?
Yeah, you know, we got to establish a new one. You know,
we need the new model. This El Dorado ain't cutting it like it used to. It's showing where.
Yeah, hey, guys, you saw Clarence didn't even make it to work yesterday, and they're like, I know. Fuck, we got to find a new one.
Got to find a new big black man that. Yeah.
Oh, and trust me, Mark Robinson is just like, he's gone into Holocaust denialism. We need to bring back shooting as, you know, capital punishment, like firing squads.
Oh, dude, I haven't talked to you because they were fucking with us while we were trying to talk. Starting the show late. I called into Right Wing Radio, driving up to the Bay.
Oh man, that had to have been an experience.
I got through. And they got mad at me. And I wasn't disagreeing with them.
I mean, that's the crazy part about conservatives. You know, like I love what is his name? Jordan Klepper, the big tall guy with the tall hair from Jon Stewart's show on Comedy Central.
Yeah.
I love him because he'll just be like, so do you think that, like, he was talking to Andrew Giuliani this week, and, you know, Giuliani's going on like January 6th, you know, Donald Trump, like nobody in that, you know, that was speaking before the riot, you know, and he put it in air quotes, was calling for violence. And then they show a clip of Rudy Giuliani, like, you know what we got to do? We got to like cut their heads off or some shit like that. Right. And like Clever's like, so there wasn't anybody that called for violence. Like, what about cutting heads off? And Andrew Giuliani was like, you know, we shouldn't do that. You know, and then Klepper just kind of looks at the camera like, Jesus Christ, you know, like
I wasn't Mac. They were basically, I wrote a paper about this. We've done shows about this, about a black shift to possibly vote Republican.
Yeah.
And this was a national show. I couldn't tell you the names of people. It was two guys. I don't know, Henry and Hollister. I don't know their names. Like it was like the two guys, like younger versions of the two guys in Trading Places. Right? And they had black. They were like, we want black people to call in and tell us how you feel about this. And I was like, this is great because I'm black. And I'm driving in a part of the freeway because I was going up a different route. So I'm on the 46, and only people from California should know where the 46 highway is. And reception was in and out, but I got through. They heard me fine. And the call screener was like, hey, what do you want to talk about? And every other call was some black person that sounded old South that sounded like Uncle Ruckus. I'm a Democrat, but Trump speaks to me, and these Democrats ain't right. Everybody was talking.
God, before you go on, dude, my first introduction to Uncle Ruckus, I was at my buddy Wallace's house, and I like walked in, and his mom was like, you know, gave me something to drink, you know, said Wallace was in the other room, and I hear, what was it? If you guys Look to your left. If you see a black man, ball up your fist and hit the black right out of him. You know?
It was like that kind of.
Right.
I'm not even trying to over exaggerate. It was Uncle Ruckus energy, right?
Oh
And
man.
when the call screener goes, "What do you want to talk about?" I said, "Well, I wrote a paper, and basically, I think that the things that the Democrats were able to tie themselves to as victories in 2020 will prove to be their Achilles heel in 2024, mainly immigration and crime." And the guy goes, "Ooh, really? Yeah, but tell me more." I kind of gave him a brief synopsis, and he goes, "Oh, man, I really want to get you on. I want to get you." So I can hear the guy going, "Okay, next we got so the producer's like, Jason, California." I was like, "Hey, can you hear me?" Like, "Yeah, we can hear you. It's fine." I was like, "What do you want to call and say?" I was like, "Well, again, I think that things that the Democrats are able to tie themselves to, i.e., immigration and crime in major metropolitan areas, will be their Achilles heel in 2024, mainly because the bad man is gone. So there's no kids in cages, and the Democrats, for whatever reason, were able to attach themselves." And they cut me off. And he goes, "Well, you say immigration, you mean what's going on in Chicago?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't know if you guys are aware, but there was an article in the Post that came out years ago. Trump tried that strategy from the federal level, and actually Stephen Miller, of all people, said, I don't think we'll be able to do it. I don't think it's legal. At the state level, they were able to do it, and it seems to be a winning strategy." And the guy goes, "When you say winning strategy, you mean minority? What do you say? Immigrants coming in and stealing resources from the citizens that are there?" I was like, "Well, I mean, what resources are they stealing, first and foremost? And number two, um, it's being presented differently. A lot of this has to do with the presenting." And they hung up on me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Fuck nuance. We haven't. The script says these people are taking your resources, and you're not saying exactly that. I was like, dude.
Yeah, see, it's kind of, dude, we're in a very weird time. We have been, but I feel like it's getting weirder. Like, I just watched Fallout, which was a great show,
Mhm.
but like I saw this kind of like libertarian dude do this whole synopsis and how it supports libertarianism, and I'm like, bro, you missed the whole plot.
Awesome.
You missed the whole thing. It's literally about corporations that work together to essentially be the last thing standing on this cinder. And one of them dropped a nuke just to be able to justify their building of these vaults for people to survive nuclear fallout. Right? I was like, it shows the evil of the capitalist system as we have now. And he's like, I can get that anywhere. And I was just like, oh my God. We're done. We're done. Like, I don't even think you could get anything libertarian out of that show. It's just like, wow. So the Warriors kind of shit the bed,
Do you see what PFC said? Jason, they were casting for Angry Black Man.
Yeah.
Not Milk Toast Harold. It's
Space.
High functioning Harold is still the funniest shit we've ever. If you don't know what we're talking about, Champagne Room last Wednesday, maybe a Champagne Room for the books.
Yeah, I think we really knocked it out of the park last
It's
week.
worth your $3. It's worth $3.
Yeah, and we tried to get everybody to come in and embarrass themselves, but it was just Jason and I who did it for everybody's enjoyment.
For 2 hours, and then it was a whole thing of Mac being a high functioning Harold. And if you want to know what that is, Champagne.
Oh man,
something to do there. Just do it. Just do it.
Yeah,
it's a one-time thing. Look, if you've never been a patron, you can do it for free. We have a free tier. You can try it out. Listen to Mac. Become a high functioning Harold.
That's right.
Anyway.
Yeah, and you can hear us go through the whole cast of characters of the, TIR universe.
Damien, if you don't know what a Damien is, you don't know what a herald is, then you are a herald, and there's a Damien with your partner right now. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I don't care your gender, your sexual preference. It's just Damien's and herald.
Yep.
That's all it is. Just Damien's.
Damien it's not a gender, it's a state of mind.
Yeah. There you go. It's a Damien. Hey, that girl's got a Damien state of mind.
Yep. That young lady over there, it's definitely a high functioning herald.
Did you bust the ass open? Did you let that coochie? Oh,
speaking of,
did I ever play you? Did I ever play you the video of the girl, the 11-year-old girl, and the coochie sound?
no, I don't want to see that.
No, wait. That didn't sound right. That didn't sound. That didn't sound right.
I'm good.
That didn't sound right.
No, it sounded awful.
Sound right.
It sounded awful.
Hey, got the fans outside like this.
Now, chat. I think we got to put Jason in timeout for. Oh man, we went off the rails again. Jason's probably pissing himself laughing. That or he's grabbing some more raisins. One of the two. He's making himself a quick raisin salad.
She's rapping. She's rapping. Max like that doesn't make it better.
No. Like, why are 11-year-olds listening to that song?
Oh, they showed her mom.
You know what? I'm not going to bag on anybody's parenting methods.
You should.
But my 11-year-old daughter would not be talking about, letting the coochie breathe, okay? Or better yet, about her wet ass pussy. I've encountered that one before where a young girl's rapping, singing along to WAP. And I'm like, no.
Well, if we have time later, I'll then I'll play. I have to play this video.
Okay.
Someone asked in the chat how they're a patron and how they watch the movie. There's a linked comment on Patreon for the Discord server, and on the Discord server, there's where we watch movies at, and we're watching it at 6 p.m. on the Discord server. If you have any more questions, definitely send one through Patreon, and I'll send you the link.
Yeah, we're full service here, so
pretty much
we might
need sleep.
Yeah, fuck that shit. I mean. Jason's down there making content, booking famous people, talking about some serious shit. I toil away at 2 jobs and fuck around on Wednesdays with him. So like it's
I finished my OJ piece, and I feel like by the time they publish it, people will be like, "Who gives a fuck?" Damn it.
Dude, like I'm in this Discord chat, and they're like, OJ died this morning, and all I answered was, "And." Right.
You didn't want to write 1,500 thought out words.
I mean,
about,
he's such a lightning rod, right? Like, and he was honestly one of the first dudes to really like transition from athletics into like Hollywood, and he did it well. Like he was a very well known, dude.
Yeah. And he was first post-racial because Jim Brown does it with civil rights, but OJ is the first post-racial person.
And OJ also had a much longer career in Hollywood than Jim Brown did. And I don't know if that was just Jim Brown being Jim Brown, who was, as we all know, he was very cantankerous.
It's a combination of Jim Brown being a civil rights guy and Jim Brown being part of blaxploitation and the way certain aspects of Hollywood didn't want to deal with some of those people later on. So OJ, actually, if you remember, he's in Roots.
Yeah, and then he transitions into comedy with the smoking gun movies.
Which,
that's what I meant. Thank you. But like, This is, I think, the thing that really caught my eye about, all the write-ups the day he died was that he made his attorney the executor of his will.
Interesting. Which one? Most people do that.
Well, I've seen like more of my family. They have like a family member do it, and they have yeah. But this attorney comes out and like the family of the dude who was killed, allegedly by O.J. Simpson.
Oh yeah.
But he's got an estate, and I don't want them coming after me. I'm fucking poor, dude. I can't afford an attorney for a defamation suit. Okay, so the Goldman family, like, people don't realize, how much of the civil penalty he paid? Only like $100 grand.
They got rights to his story,
right? But here's the thing: when you get hit with a civil suit and you don't pay it, the interest compounds. So it went from around like 34 million, and now they're owed over 100 million, right? And the attorney's like, yeah, they're not going to get a fucking dime, because the Goldman family were, they have already secured an attorney, and they're like, we're going to go after his estate. And OJ's guy was just like, no, you ain't getting shit, just like, I'm just, oh my gosh, like the dude's dead, and he's still going to be in the news when these two groups of assholes go to court.
I think they got money from the book.
There's some, but like I said, the article stated that like the civil penalties at over $100 million owed now.
Yeah, but it was a weird because he filed bankruptcy, and there's definitely protections you have under bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And then he also went to prison for 7 years.
For trying to steal his shit back that he had to
steal his shit back. It's there's two lightning rods, and I kind of end the piece and I say to the extent Chris Rock had the joke about we didn't get our OJ prize, and it's like, well, if you look at it from the standpoint of OJ is your Rodney King get back, I guess, if that's a thing.
Dude, I remember like watching that as a kid. Like in school was a little uncomfortable after the end of the trial because like you'd have like white kids on one side of the hallway and black kids on the other, and they're just staring at each other. And I'm just like,
it was the OJ Simpson. If you think about it from this standpoint, he starts his career off as Black excellence personified. We said this in the Champagne Room. This is like how I start my piece off. OJ transcends race, and he is the embodiment of the pre-Black Power era civil rights dream. He gets the job because he's the best man for the job, not because he's the Black best man for the job. And people forget he was on the cover of Ebony magazine a bunch of times, Jet magazine a bunch of times. He was like Mr. Black America with his black ass family. He doesn't leave that black ass family until the 90s.
Yeah.
When he meets a very young Nicole Brown. While he's married.
Yeah.
And he's a social climber as well. And a lot of social climbers trade in the old wife for the younger, quote unquote, prettier model. And I think he saw this as just a social win, and maybe he just dug homegirl or whatever at the same time. There was like a 12-year difference between them and age.
Yeah, it was like 12 or 13, right?
And the marriage didn't last that long, 7 years, I think. It was like 7 tumultuous years. And by the time the trial happens, OJ, for the most part, is out of the public consciousness. He's just a side character in the Naked Gun movies that just does. I don't even know if he has lines, really. He just keeps getting beat up on accident. And in Black America, he's not really a thing because he's no longer Mr. Black America because he doesn't need to be.
Yeah.
That was just part of his branding until it wasn't. And, everybody's life gets really altered after that trial. And OJ, the football player, OJ, the actor, it's over after the trial. Whether or not you believe he did it, like, I don't care what you think. There's a lot of silly theories behind it, like, well, if it wasn't for the black jury, he wouldn't have got off. It's like, why do you think that? Black juries convict black people all the time.
Yeah, and it's like, bro, did you not see like the lead detective was a horrible racist?
Mark Furman they planted evidence.
Right.
If you go back and read, articles on the trial that aren't gossip articles on the trial, you'll see that the state really had a horrible case.
Oh, it was awful. The prosecuting team, I mean, literally, you could have just put a circus tent around their table and hit the dun 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 dun. It was just a fucking circus, and they didn't have any idea. Like, I'm sorry, you are a prosecutor in one of the largest cities in the country, high-profile case. You need to have your shit together, and that case was a mess. Like,
we can go on and on about famous celebrities in Los Angeles County that killed people around the same time as OJ that no one talks about. No one talks about Phil Spector. No one talks about Robert Blake. It's not the trial of the century. It's just the trial that happened when cable news is blowing up.
Mm-hmm.
It happened when tabloids were still selling. It happened when there was gossip shows at the same time, like Current Affair and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so on. And so there's just a lot happening. People are realizing that gossip news works way better than traditional news.
Yep.
As far as people follow, because no one cares about Bosnia. To your point about going to Bosnia, no one remembers that.
Oh yeah, and here's the sad part. I'm sitting there watching the Warriors and Kings last night, hanging out with my friends, and again, it's another vet bro, just saying the most incredibly racist shit. Like, his buddy is really into Lad McConkey, that wideout from Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And McConkey had a great second half of the season, but I wouldn't say he was like a featured part of the offense until the second half of last season, right? And he's like, dude, there's no way that he shouldn't be a first-round pick. And that immediately, my ears perk up. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Lad McConkey should be a first-round pick? And he's like, he's way better than Cooper Kupp. And I'm like, according to whom? I was like, you realize Cooper Kupp only played in Eastern Washington because that was the only place that offered him a scholarship, and college is expensive. But when you look at what Kupp did in college and what he's done in the NFL, there's a reason the Rams burned a second-round pick to pick him, because they knew he would be beyond successful in the NFL. And barring injuries, Kupp is one of the best wide receivers in the game, right? So yeah. Oh, and Puka Nakua. Holy shit, man! That guy's.
We'll hold on that. All right.
Yeah. But so he's like, well, wouldn't you agree that it's harder for a white wide receiver to break into the NFL? And I was like, no, I don't give that any credence. That's like saying, isn't it hard to be a black quarterback to break in the NFL? And I was like, for years, that was the case. Now, yes. I don't think it's the issue anymore. Right. And, he literally, dude, he decided he was going to die on this hill. Right. So we're going back and forth. And I just immediately am like, I'm not interested in this conversation anymore. So I start bullshit with my friends, and his little buddy comes up and he's like, hey man, you're a vet. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I was like, dude, I don't want to talk Army, man. I'm out. I've been out almost 10 years. I don't give a fuck anymore. I was like, I want all the people in the military to not be there because I don't want them to die in stupid wars, But he's like, oh, so you have nothing good to say about, you didn't get anything good from your time in? I was like, well, I got to meet some great people. And I got my college paid for. That's fucking rad. Outside of that, no. I fucking
No.
And he's like, well, what was your first deployment? And I said, Bosnia. And he was like, you don't think we did good there? I'm like, no, we went in 5 years after the killing started. I was like, I deployed a lot, but the one thing that fucks with me the most is like uncovering a mass grave. That was disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, seeing villages where the oldest person in the village is a 16-year-old girl because they took all the adults away.
Yeah.
Men got shot, women were raped. You know, and it's just like, no, we didn't do any good in Bosnia. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, and the thing is, it's like, I wrote a paper about the dissolution of Yugoslavia in high school, and my fucking teacher was like, this is 28 pages with maps and graphs and demographic information, and it looks good. I'm just going to give you an A, but I'm not interested in reading it because I don't care about Bosnia.
Whoa.
And I was like, that's ridiculous, man. That is ridiculous. And I found it very serendipitous that I write this paper my last year of high school, and then that's my first deployment. You know, and I'm just like, fuck me, dude.
That was a rough deployment for, like I told you, my buddy came back. It took him a while to get adjusted, and he took him a couple years before he even told me what he saw.
Yeah, dude, it wasn't like a hot shooting area. And if it was some stupid militia from like the Croat side that just wanted to shoot at like American troops, but like we couldn't pursue because they're on the other side of a border, you know? So we're just like, well, I guess we'll just sit in the vehicles and get shot at, you know? Like, but it was everything we uncovered, you know?
But you know, that moment of your life, most Americans outside of the people that watch the show, or assuming people that watch the show, some sort of idea about what happened. The 90s for them is Saved by the Bell, O.J. Simpson, Dayglow shit, the Bulls. That's it.
Yeah.
What am I missing?
Maybe The Simpsons.
Maybe The Simpsons, right?
Yeah.
That's the 90s for a lot of people. Kurt Cobain, new metal. Yeah.
Fucking
Snoop Dogg.
Tech. we got the internet. You know,
internet. Yeah, and the PCs. That's the 90s, and that's kind of one of those things that, if you think about Los Angeles and you think about riots and you think about polarizing figures, and if you even pull back further and go, okay, well, let's think about the last 30 years. You have the LA riots. Let's just say it revolves around Rodney King. It really doesn't. But he's the central figure in everybody.
Yeah, wouldn't you say that Rodney King was more the spark that kind of set things off? Because those tensions were simmering for decades before that popped off.
The documentary that we're going to watch, and I'll give you the link if you want, if you're not busy on Friday. It's a great movie. It's called Let It Fall, LA 82 to 92. So it goes back 10 years.
Yeah.
But Bill Cody had a good point. He goes, Hollywood had a guy from New York make a movie about the LA riots because the LA story is a little more disgusting. And I was like, the movie's icky.
Yeah.
But when someone says it's even grosser than that, but the figurehead is Rodney King. If you think about the victory, O.J. Simpson 3 years later. And then if you fast forward to 2020, George Floyd. And it's like, what do all these guys have in common? They're just extremely unlikely characters for your rebellions. Didn't ever want to be part of it, but they become the rallying cry for everyone. And I find that kind of interesting that these are the people in this new moment.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like when I marched in Elizabeth City, when Andrew Brown was shot by cops there, it is kind of weird. Like kind of having like that one person be like the rallying cry. Like, you know that police brutality is a thing, especially in smaller, I mean, cities or towns, you know, regardless of how you would define the area, right? with large black populations. They're over policed. You know, you have these cops that, I mean, dude, the North Carolina Sheriff's Association distributes a book called On Killing to every new sheriff in the state.
Awesome.
Right? And keep in mind, it was written by a dude who'd never been shot at. And when he goes to talk to cops, he said, killing someone's orgasmic. It's better than fucking your wife. And he's on film saying this.
Whoa.
Right? So, like, that's what kind of kills me when I see cops go, like, you guys are making us out to be the bad guy. No, dude, you already are the bad guy. And you're only getting worse by listening to fucksticks like Grossman, who wrote this book, right? You know, so, you know, when we use that kind of focal point, like that name, that person, you know, especially when we get to having like prolonged periods of protest, we kind of polish this person, right, to the point where we forget who he really was. And he's just kind of like this ideological kind of like node that people kind of gravitate and revolve around. So yeah, man, I'm with you. It's an odd thing. And, you know, I marched a lot in North Carolina, like a lot, all over the fucking place, man. You know, and I was proud to do it. You know, like in Elizabeth City, they had been getting gassed for 2 days before I got there. And the one organizer, Daydon, he was like, listen, man, because I wore a red Starry Plow shirt, right? And he's like, good to see another comrade out here, you know? And he's like, listen, dude, I got like 9 other white comrades here, and we're going to implement Operation White Shield when we get to the bridge. And I was like, say less, dude. I got it. Like, you know? And we did. We just stood up front in front of these cops. And you can see them like lower their weapons when we start moving up. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you guys you don't even try and hide it, you know? And then the thing is they still gas the shit out of us. But a couple of the other dudes had watched a lot of the protests in Taiwan. So they carried road cones and had bags full of like canteens of water. So when the canister hit the ground, you just put the road cone on it, dump the water on it, and it makes it so it won't keep throwing the gas out, right?
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Oh, dude, we had a guy with a leaf blower, a gas-powered leaf blower. So if we couldn't get to one of the gas canisters, he blew it right back at the cops. Right? You know, just phenomenal organizing, man. It was beautiful to watch. You know, like it really was, just to see all these people from North Carolina get together and like trying to bring light to what happened. Because Elizabeth City used to be like a textile mill town. And when the mills went under, the town went under, essentially. Right. And because so many people were coming to protest, like they had cops from Charlotte, they had cops from all over the state. They had like 12 other agencies there, man. Helicopters, fucking a cop on every corner. You know, I was camping. Like I brought my tent and like shit to stay there a couple days. And I found like this little grassy area in between like 2 old derelict buildings. And I set my tent up and I like parked my car so no one could see my plates. Like, you know, it's kind of wooded. And dude, I went to eat. And when I came back, there were like 3 fucking cops there and like, can't stay here. And I'm like, why the fuck not? They're like, are you homeless? And I said, no. I said, I'm not homeless, but they're like, you're living in a tent, which is a violation of city code, blah, 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 right? And I was like, Jesus Christ, man. You know,
you want to hear something that's going to really piss you off?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Something cheery. First of all, I want to say, tell me another sports show that has this conversation in the middle of a sports show.
That's right.
Second of all, good friend of the show, Scott Parkin, posted a screenshot from the San Francisco Chronicle. I don't know if you saw that an organization had a series of shutdowns to stop Capitol on Monday. And the Golden Gate Bridge was shut down for a long time. People were chained together at Golden Gate Bridge. Golden Gate Bridge is not that busy of a bridge, actually. Regardless, it was shut down. Traffic was bad. People were pissed off. So the San Francisco District Attorney said, if you were on the bridge at any point during the protest, call this number because we want to press charges against the protesters for false imprisonment. And
That's
mind you,
that sound you're hearing, everybody, is the aneurysm that's forming right now, right in my brain.
yeah,
God. False imprisonment?
Yeah.
Give me a break, man.
Yeah.
Give me a fucking break.
Think
But
about that for a second.
It's a liberal city. They're destroying America with their communism. And they're like, nah, bitch. We're going to arrest
Arrest them. Yeah. We're going to, well, you know, it's an election year. There's gajillions of dollars being spent in this mayoral race. There's a libertarian guy. There's right wing. There's all kinds of people. It's like Forrest Gump. There's libertarians. There's right wing tech billionaires. Some billionaires hit it from the side. And what better way to, and I think this is really going to speak to who really cares. And Pascal's going to be talking about this next Wednesday, so you guys tune in next Wednesday. Me and Mac won't be here. Pascal will be here with Danny Besner, talking about the hyper-political moment that we're in. Across the country, Capitol was shut down for a day, and people were inconvenienced. Furious. There's been protests going on pretty much since October 7th.
Yeah.
Massive ones. Nothing has changed. And now Israel's pissed off Iran.
Yeah, you know what my least favorite thing in the world was? Is I woke up to a text message. I kid you not. My buddy got one too because we voted Democrat. We got a text message from IPAC. And I immediately respond with, how'd you get this number? And fuck off. Right? Like that's all I said, you know? And it's just like, Israel knows that they spend a shit ton of money here to spew bullshit, right? And I'm very proud. Like I went to college late and I was like, oh man, I'm moving around a bunch of young people and I'm going to hate it. But no, I fucking loved it. Like seeing these younger kids like get energized about actually wanting to change shit. Do I think they could, you know, like maybe be a little more active and more particular with the things they go after? Sure. Yes. But that's because I'm old and crotchety and I want revolutionary change and the downfall of capitalism. But that's neither here nor there. That's me. Right. But I saw these young kids, you know, getting together and actually learning about the plight of the Palestinian people in both, not just Gaza, but what's happening in the West Bank. People forget. You know, when IPAC says there is not an apartheid state, well, excuse me, IPAC, excuse me, Israeli ambassador to the United States. Gazans have to carry passbooks to move through the West Bank. They can have their property seized at any time by Israeli authorities. They can only walk on one side of the street. They have a curfew. They can only have so many like food items in their home. So tell me again how that's not apartheid, because last I checked, pretty much what South Africa did to.
Well, I would go this far, like, well, what do you want to call it? Just tell me the name that you think it is.
Oh, we know what they call it.
What do they call it?
It's security. We're keeping Israelis safe because every fucking Palestinian person's a member of Hamas. Did you forget that Hamas is not in charge of the West Bank? That's actually the Palestinian Authority, which is not connected to Hamas. Like,
they don't care. Everybody's Hamas.
Yeah, I know. I was told I was in Hamas, and I was like, you know what, man, you're right. My name is actually Mohammed Faoud, and I was a bomb maker. That's what I did.
You pull off your face like Scooby-Doo.
No, it's just it's already here, man. Sorry to hear. I got the
If
beard.
it wasn't for those goddamn Arabs. We have a super chat from Dizzle McFizzle. Thank you for the super chat, Dizzle. Mac, I'm going to make you read it.
Okay, let's do this. Since we can't afford live sports tickets anymore, is it time for me to unveil my competitive masturbation league, MBL, because I nut quick, coming this summer on you.
That's how you break up the tension in the air.
That's right, Dizzle. Well done. And actually, you know what? At this point, you probably can get OnlyFans to like carry every match if that's how you're like competitive masturbation. Or is it just like, so we're going to need to see a rule book first. Okay.
You know
like we have to get the rule book.
Mac, are you really coming to DC?
Yeah, that's the goal.
So if you make it, we should do a show like in the same room.
You know what? And then we're going to kick off ACAB cooking right there. On that. all cock and balls cooking.
All cock and balls. You know who else is going to show up? Because I already told him.
Marcus?
Yep. Yep.
Fuck,
so it's
dude.
going to be fun. Pascal's going to be there.
I'm going to move heaven and earth to get there. And the thing is,
I'm gonna see if we can hook something. I'm gonna see,
bro, Chad. If they're gonna take the TIR picture, you're just gonna see my head out the side.
Someone says, "Are we going for speed or distance?"
Well, PNC. Hey, Dizzle, here we go. I'm gonna throw an idea out for you.
Dizzle, this is what you're going to look like, and this guy is going to be the champion of your fucking league. I've played a video of this character before.
Oh, God.
I don't understand him. But this dude is gooning. He is. If someone asked me, hey, what's gooning? I would just show this video.
Yeah, dude, gooning is such a weird thing. Like, I don't.
Mac, have you ever heard of a stink portal?
No. Do it. Oh, God, I feel like this is going to
hurt.
Your stink. Oh.
Stink portal.
A stink? Is that a butthole? A stink portal?
Yes.
Oh, God.
Portal is designed to receive the hummus cannons of your bestest bros.
What?
Wait a minute, he's not done.
Oh, it's a very advanced practice, though. So before allowing your bro to deflower your stink portal to stimulate your prostate, which, by the way, is at the perfect place inside the stink portal for most man's hummus cannons to perfectly massage, and it feels so amazing. But I've been celibate for years because I only want to do it with a really aligned man. A lot of people I know just go for any Tom, Dick, or Harry, or Susan, or Karen. But I just... Since I stopped drinking, I'm just like, I'm not really attracted to anybody. I'm not really attracted to men anymore. Like, it's very hard for me to find a man attractive. Like, I'm friends with very many attractive men, but I'm not attracted to them. Even when I'm cupping their balls, I'm not attracted to them. Even when I'm, kissing them, I'm not attracted to them. I've only actually kissed one dude in the last 3 years, and it was great. It was very neutral. It was very loving. It was very brotherly, but I didn't get like a boner. It was just like how in Egypt the men sit on each other's laps and hold pinkies and kiss each other on the mouth. French kiss each other. It's just a very bro-y thing to do. But when I find the...
I don't think that's how you say hello in Egypt, by the way. Chris looks as Chris Catrone looks great.
I have uncovered and have learned about this kind of like subgroup. This gay man that has created a cult just to do gay shit with straight dudes. Genius. But here we go.
Here's some cheddar.
I've realized that there's like this subculture where straight dudes will just like make out with their buddies.
Oh, word.
And like literally, it's like it's not gay if it's your bro. And I was like,
that's how that works.
I was like, oh, okay, but like, are you gay? And he's like, oh no, man, I'm only into pussy. I just make out with dudes.
That sounds like some date rapist shit.
I was like, okay, you know, like
just drink.
I mean, I'm not gonna
more.
I'm not gonna judge anybody for like their sexual predilections as long as they're legal and it's between two consenting adults, right? But like, dude, if you like making out with dudes, you might be interested in dating a dude. And they're like, nah, I just make out with my bros. I'm like, okay, nothing gay about a bro job. Oh my god.
Oh no, the train has gone off the rails.
It's just like you're sitting in a room, you're like
cancellation town.
You're sitting in a room and it's like, hey Joe, you mind blowing me? Like as a favor, and Joe's like, oh yeah, man, hold on. Thanks, bro.
Balls?
I didn't get a boner. You know, it was very sweet. It was very broy. You know, what the fuck?
It's like, dude, whatever you're doing, it feels really manipulative and wrong. Like, have you ever seen this cult documentary where there's all these like pretty people in this cult that's run by this guy that's like a failed actor, bodybuilder dude. He was just fucking all the dudes in the cult. It was like, oh, you want to get with Janet? Well,
I'm gonna need access to your stink hole first, your stink portal. Right?
I'm gonna need to show you what Janet wants.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's like that's the weird thing about these like people that get attracted to these cults. It's like what was it, Nexium? That weird one where right,
that sex cult one.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah. One of them was like an actress in like the Supergirl show or Super. I'm certain Pete Buttigieg was a top gooner. Oh my god. See, this is why we need to stop.
Too late.
Yeah,
it's too late. We hit cancellation town. The stream has been demonetized.
We really need to just start like Tucson. We're going live, and she's just gonna be like,
the patrons are jumping ship.
You just see your numbers like cratering.
It's just libertarians mad at don't talk about Forex.
We don't talk about Bitcoin, so everybody's butthurt about it.
These motherfuckers never talk about Bitcoin, bro.
Listen, man, crypto's the way to go. And I can't believe that fucking bearded bullshitter who said NFTs were fake. God, my apes are gonna fund my retirement. God.
Yeah, just like that Ben McDonald rookie card, brother.
Yep. Hey, man. What do Ben McDonald's pro career and crypto have in common? They both let a lot of people down. Okay? All right, you know what we should do? We should talk about the draft because I saw something.
Oh my god!
I saw something that really pissed me off today, Jason. It infuriated me.
I can't move fast enough to get over what has been McDonald's Bitcoin every time. Jesus.
I mean,
if anyone has Ben McDonald's handle on Twitter, you should really post that next to a Ben McDonald rookie card and your negative fucking Charles Schwab balance in your crypto account.
What we need to do is just find his Twitter account and then what's more valuable, Dogecoin or Ben McDonald's?
Yeah, what would you rather? Yeah, David Epps has gone to something. A Spawn comic book A 1986 Mark McGuire Topps All-Star rookie. Graded. You paid more to get it graded.
Yeah, that it's worth. Whose stock has fallen faster? Ben McDonald's as it going into his rookie year, or Truth Media stock prices? Which one's?
And then someone goes, "I will raise you a Todd Van Poppel."
Someone found a Van Poppel. Oh my god. Oh. Wow, that is a fucking blast from the past, man. My buddy hated him for absolutely no reason, and it's because his name's Dutch, and my buddy hated Dutch people.
Oh my god. Fuck that Van Poppel. I don't care if there's 95.
And I'm like, why do you hate Dutch people? And he's like, because my dad hates Dutch people. And I was like, oh, why does your dad hate Dutch people? Because they're weird. Oh. And I'm like 8 years old, and I'm like, I don't know what to say. I don't have the social like acumen to fire back with. I'm sure there's great Dutch people. I was just like, like, all right. So
Virtuoso said this. Look at this.
Who was the guy from QVC who was passionate about
Virtuoso, before Mac tells a very good story, I'm going to tell a very embarrassing story.
Uh-oh, we did that last week. We have more?
This is everybody's been piling on my friend Doug Lane, and sometimes Doug Lane says things I do not agree with, but I don't like people just call him old. They go, this divorced dad energy. But you know what? I'm a divorced dad.
I am too.
And what I did when I was a divorced dad, I actually was making a lot of money. And I remember coming home to my house in the Oakland Hills that was now empty. And I was very sad. And I turned my television on. And I don't know why it was on QVC. It was on QVC. And I bought that sword set.
God. You know what's sad? In the PXs on army bases, you have people that will sell you like a ring, like you're an infantry ring or whatever, that sell swords as well. Okay. And I would stand there like buying a pack of smokes and like a Red Bull or something because, I lived off caffeine and nicotine for 16 fucking years. And I would watch these privates go up there and I would just like pack my cigarettes, look at them, unwrap it, throw the trash in the bin, and I just walk up to them. Not even my soldiers. I just go, don't do it.
Mac, I got $200 worth of swords and knives.
I just don't. Why?
And they came with sheaths.
Oh, I mean,
I was crying. I remember crying. I called in a few days later. I forgot I did it. I don't even drink. I totally forgot I did it. And I came home a week, like a week passed, and I come home, I was like, what are these two massive boxes in front of my door? Because the way my house was, we lived on the side of a canyon, and we had to walk down the stairs. So they just would throw packages down. And I opened the boxes, and I'm like, oh, I really did move it.
It's my swords.
I had a Conan sword.
Oh, Jason.
I had a ninja sword.
Did you cosplay at least? Like
No.
to justify? Oh, God.
No. I got mad at something, and I slammed the Conan sword through the phone. It was a dark time. I was young. And I was one of those guys, right?
Dude,
just
I would have
punching
walked.
the sheetrock.
I would have walked in your house. There's like holes in every third wall, but there's like swords as your door.
The sword was stuck on the phone.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
But the phone still worked.
What?
So it was just the saddest shit. So people say, "Dude, you got sad dad energy." I'm like, nah, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
You know what?
Have any swords.
I'll show you sad dad energy.
Show you.
Right?
sad dad energy. I wish there would have been camera phones. Well, that's not. But to take a picture of the, because I was like,
Jason had to pick up his phone with the sword, you know, just
and I remember friends like, dude, is that sword? Yeah, it's
dude. Yeah. See,
you Fortune said that is the greatest image. Just I had hair, you know.
God, see, I would just sit there. Yes, Kush, that is exactly what that means. Haz is very sad. He's a very, very sad person. Oh gosh. See, like the thing is when I first, like, as I'm dealing with like army shit and divorce, and I just started drinking heavily, and like my drink of choice is vodka soda, and I was like drunk almost all the time. Right, I'm not even fucking kidding. Unless we were going to the range where I had to be sober, right? And I would, because we have ABC store here where that's the only place you can buy liquor, but like you'd occasionally be able to get like a fifth. Like they'd have a sale where you'd have like a fifth and it come with like a drinking glass with like the brand on it. So when I finally fucking just was like, dude, you have to get your shit together. I looked in my cupboard in my shitty little apartment, and it was one big cup, like from the movies, right? And like 20 of these like
oh my god
glasses, right? And I'm just like, oh fuck me, like this is bad, right? And like my buddies would come over to like watch football, and they would like go into the cupboard, and they're like, you just little cocktail glasses. I'm like, dude, don't ask, right? Just that's what you have to drink out of. Just shut up. Right. I'm already ashamed of myself as it is. I don't need your 21-year-old ass making me feel even worse than I already do. Go watch the fucking game and get out of my kitchen. Like
judging me. At least I don't have swords.
Yeah, bitch.
The black guy in Oakland somewhere with a collection of dumb fucking swords and knives that he's never gonna use.
And there's holes in the wall and one stuck in the phone.
Yes. Fucking there's a proto incel in the hills of Oakland somewhere.
He's probably got great hair too, but
dude, I had 2 6-foot boxes filled with swords and knives.
Well, here's my story. I'm reading up on all of the mock drafts. We know there's a lot of QB needy teams out there. And during the sports part of last week's shenanigans, Jason and I went back and forth about the things that Sam Darnold was. He is the Minnesota Vikings starting QB right now. But we've also established a lot of other things about Sam Darnold. Like Sam Darnold looks like he calls the cops on his Mexican neighbors. Right? Sam Darnold only has missionary sex with his wife on Wednesdays. Right? Oh, and Hunter, we confirmed it is quite the flat ass too. Ooh. It is a flapjack ass.
Ooh.
Sam Darnold looks like he keeps Klan memorabilia.
Memorabilia.
Right? I also found out, according to this one dude's fucking mock draft, that the Vikings, this is what he's mocking up. The Vikings trade their 2 first-rounders and their 3rd-round pick to move up to 4 to take J.J. McCarthy.
That's stupid.
So we're going to see the 2 whitest QBs of white QB history battling it out for the starting position, QB spot in Minnesota. And I'm like, dude, we make fun of Sam Darnold for being too white. Look at J.J. McCarthy. Just look at a picture of him.
He's the new bad white guy.
Yep, he is.
Sam Darnold, it just embodies a James Spader.
Oh, yeah. Dude, J.J. McCarthy thinks Taco Bell's hot sauce is too spicy.
Bro, you get the milds? You didn't get the milds, bro.
Come on, guys. You know I can't eat that hot shit. Fuck.
Fuck, dude. Get the milds, dude. Who are you?
Right? JJ McCarthy, his favorite condiment is ranch dressing.
Damn.
JJ McCarthy eats blue cheese on burgers. Right? That's how white JJ
like
McCarthy.
I don't like that at all. I'm not a fan.
Blue cheese is
Blue cheese
disgusting.
on burgers, not a fan.
Nope. But yeah, like essentially the first 4 picks and most mocks go Caleb at 1 to the Bears naturally. I don't think anything's going to change that, right? Washington they're up second. They obviously don't watch our show because they are slotted to take Drake May, quarterback UNC. And what do we not trust? JJ McCarthy.
Quarterback.
JJ McCarthy at any kind of autograph signing where there's underage girls and UNC quarterbacks.
Oh my god.
PMC, I don't eat mayo. Blue cheese is nasty. And so is mayonnaise. I think we killed Jason, guys. I think we killed him. The Pats, which would make me happy if it actually happens. They're slotted to take Marvin Harrison Jr., which God, please happen. Please happen.
Yeah. I don't like blue cheese. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't feel bad about that.
I
mean, and then I think this draft we're going to see a run on wideouts, quarterbacks, offensive line. Like that's what I really believe is going to happen. Joe Alt, he's a tackle for Notre Dame. He's probably the most pro-ready offensive lineman. I can see Harbaugh like drafting him at 5.
Did you see the rumor that Harbaugh trades Herbert during the draft to move up?
Why? Justin Herbert is, if he actually was coached properly, he would be in the same realm. You know, he would be a top 5 quarterback. But unfortunately, you know, he played under fucking Staley for however many years. And let's face it, Staley sucks, right? He was not a good head man. Go be a dominant defensive coordinator and make $1 bajillion million. It's okay to do that, right? But, you know, I think that'd be stupid. Because, like, you going to try and move up to 1 or 2? Like, I'm going to tell you right now, Caleb Williams and Drake May are not better than Justin Herbert right now.
No.
You know? Like,
I know Justin Herbert lost a lot.
Yeah, and it's
a lot.
A lot of that had to do with Harbaugh.
Yes.
Like they wanted salary cut, and Harbaugh wants to do what he did at Michigan, right? He wants to control the clock through the run game, throw 20 passes a game, right? Now, I will tell you this:
San Francisco.
Yeah, and the thing is, with San Francisco, he had a quarterback that could pick up a lot of those yards, right? But
he was winning with Alex Smith too.
Yeah, and even Smith was shifty. Like people kind of sleep on that. Smith was able to move and get around the pocket and pick up yards with his feet. Because in Utah, like dude had like 600 or 700 yards rushing.
If Smith doesn't get hurt, we don't know who Colin Kaepernick is.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Right. So, like, but I don't know how well that's going to translate to the NFL now. You know, I just don't. Maybe our defensive ends aren't as beefy as they once were, but you know what they do? They run like 4.40s, and they squat 8 million pounds, and they're giants, right? So, I mean, I like to point out, like, look at what McDonald's done in Miami with the run game. Like, he can plug and play any running back in that system. It's kind of like what Denver was in the years after Terrell Davis, right? Like, you can just put a guy back there. He's going to get 1,000 yards because it's a great blocking scheme, right? And I have no objection to cum-seeming foods, but the taste of tartar sauce.
I love tartar sauce, and I'm going to make some tartar sauce next week.
No, thank you.
Really?
I don't
have fish tacos.
My daughter got those. Like we went out to this Mexican restaurant, and she was the girl that would just eat corn dogs at the Mexican restaurant.
Yeah.
And so she branched out into fish tacos, right? And when she ordered it, my son goes,
The question goes, what is that even? You need peppers, you need lemon, you need shallots, some salt, pepper, and some mayo.
This is ACAB cooking is going to take off, man.
Oh, dude. Making that with your bang bang out?
Oh, dude, yeah. We're going to make sure Jason's not frying any food.
Well, I got to fry the fish. That's the good part.
Ooh.
That's the sport of it all. The sport is, can you fry the fish and not burn your balls off?
Yeah, Jason's going to have his hang low out there with grease popping. Right. But I mean, I think we're seeing like this transition of the game where we know it's a passing league, so we have to invest heavily in offensive line. We have to invest heavily in quarterbacks, heavily in wide receivers, right? Mm-hmm. And to defensively counter that, where do we have to invest heavily in? Pass rush and freaking corners. And like, well, yeah, I mean, Harbaugh did tartar sauce with halibut fish and chips. Oh, that's the most English thing I've ever heard. Okay. But so we're seeing kind of like this arms race to see who can
you got to keep your eyes on the prize, Mac, and stop looking at the screen.
I can't. I'm sorry. But we're seeing kind of like this arms race to draft, develop those 5 positions are the most important, right? Now, I just like there's a couple like Atlanta slotted take Jared Verse. He's the edge rusher from Florida State, who I think is phenomenal. Chicago's going to help out Caleb by drafting a BTR favorite Roma Dunze, which I think would be great for Caleb Williams.
I really like him. Marvin Harrison is the best game at all these guys.
Yeah,
I think.
But can you imagine DJ Moore and a Dunze on opposite sides of the field, dude? Like that's going to be fucking nuts.
Cool, up the middle. Look, the Bears. Again, I'm sad Justin's gone, but he's gone.
Yeah.
And I'm sad Caleb Williams has to step in to a situation that is going to be rough. Chicago's a rough city. Chicago is like they've been looking for a hero since Walter Payton passed away.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like when you really look at it, Chicago fans, we'll say Chicago the Cubs, laughing stocks for a bajillion years, right? And that was a team like on south side of Chicago. That's who they rolled with, right? Like they can be bad, but like our whole thing is the lovable losers. But then you look at how they treat the Bulls and the Bears. Holy shit, dude! Like just letting them have it, And I think this is important that the Bears really start using some of their draft capital in developing some talent because they're going to have a new stadium soon, and you don't want to go into a new stadium, 5-12, 6-11, 7-10. You don't want to do that, So like I think this is good. They're getting some talent there. It's how well does this new coaching staff develop it? Right. And that's what I kind of worry about with Caleb Williams, because we saw how Chicago fucked up with Justin Fields,
Yeah. What did they, again, that felt like one of those moves where they took him and didn't know what they had and didn't know that it was going to take time to develop this guy. Caleb is a different monster, I think. So I think he comes a little bit more passer ready.
Yeah, I think he's more developed than Justin Fields was, definitely. Justin Fields, the system he played at an Ohio State leaned into his strengths. So he didn't have to, he didn't look bad in it. But then you put him in a system that does not lean into any of his strengths. and you can see how a young player can struggle. But I think Caleb Williams is more pro ready than Justin Fields was coming out of college.
That being said, I would, and I don't know if this is a good comparison. If you watch John Elway at Stanford, they weren't very good. I believe he finishes his college career with a losing record.
I think so.
And they played some big teams. I mean, I believe every year he was there, they played Ohio State.
Buckeye's gonna Buckeye all over the country.
They won one of the games, if I remember correctly. But anyway, the only other NFL talent that I can remember off the top of my head is Darren Nelson, I think, was on that team. That played a few years with the Vikings.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
But he goes to the NFL, and you're still a little gun shy when you're used to playing, with a lot of guys that are going to be dentists and lawyers and heads of state and consultants. And it took him a while. If you remember those, he was kind of an off and on starter, him and Steve DeBerg. And I think there's one game, they play the Colts, and he throws 3 picks in the first half, and then comes back in the second half, throws 3 touchdowns, and win the game. I say all that because, Denver never really had anybody to believe in a quarterback in their history until John Elway gets there.
Yeah.
You can pretty much say the same thing about Chicago, because the Jim McMahon era is very short-lived in Chicago. He was injured a lot.
And let's face it, the defense was the star of that show.
Star of the show. So even though Jim McMahon put up pretty good numbers in Chicago with a pretty good offense, Willie Gall, of course, Roger Payton, he's never going to be looked at as an integral part of those Bears teams.
Oh, no. And that's the thing, right? Strong running game, possibly the best defense to ever suit up. Yeah. He didn't have to do anything. And I think there's a reason he never had another real starting gig after Chicago. Yeah. A long-term one, because he wasn't a starting quarterback. And I've had Chicago fans like, I've said that to Chicago fans are like, how do you feel? How do you figure? And I'm like, he gets to San Diego, he only starts about 4 games that year, gets hurt. Right. And then he spends the next, I think, 6 or 7 years just as a journeyman. Dude was one of the quarterbacks that played in Cleveland with Belichick. Like, he was a backup on those teams.
He had a lot. When you look at his longevity of his career, he kept a job for a long time after Chicago. He comes out a year before Elway.
Yeah, and you got to think, I admire that. Make your money, dude. If you can make your money holding a clipboard without getting your fucking skull beat around, go for it, But yeah, like, he didn't have to do anything. The defense carried him through everything. Like, Jim McMahon could go out there and complete 40% of his passes. Walter Payton could, pull a hamstring. The Bears will somehow win fucking 18-3, and with the defense scoring 2 touchdowns. Like, they just
they draft Harbaugh in the supplemental draft, first of all.
Yeah.
In what, 87? 88?
I believe so. That sounds right, yeah.
That's only a couple years removed from a very dominant Super Bowl win against the Patriots, 45-10. So he's kind of in a good situation because, again, there's been no one's talking about the great Bobby Douglas. No one's talking about those Vince Evans years.
Yeah.
No one's going to fucking talk about Rex Grossman or Kyle or who else played, Jay Cutler.
You got to think, though, remember, McMahon was supposed to back up Doug Flutie because the Bears originally took him.
Yep.
But then he went the USFL route, had a cup of coffee with the Pats after that league went tits up, and then ended up in Canada and having the career he had there before he came back, right? But McMahon wasn't supposed to be the dude in Chicago. It was supposed to be Flutie, but Donald Trump fucking showed him the money, right?
People forget, dude. People forget that fucking McMahon, and this isn't a slight on the poor man is dealing with some crazy mental issues because of CTE. But Caleb Williams could be the first big-time Chicago quarterback hero that they draft.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's going to come down to development. You've got to be able to play to his strengths, realize he is a rookie. There are going to be mistakes. Do not put him on a short leash. If your plan is to start him, then you start him.
Start him. Lose with him.
Yep. You know, and then on top of that, don't have your franchise, and it's the same front office, right? That literally shit talk Justin Fields a lot.
Yeah.
Which I thought that's not what you want to do with a young quarterback, especially one that needs time to develop, right? Don't do that to Caleb Williams. Learn from your mistakes, you know, and fix it. You know, surround him with the talent, which I think they are. They're better on the offensive line. You know, like if I'm picking with Chicago's second pick, Adunze is great, but if Alt falls, I'm going with Alt. Like,
Really?
Put a left tackle. You've got to keep Caleb Williams upright.
Okay. And he comes
right?
from a football family.
He does.
Football
right?
family. Yeah.
But like, that's if he's still there. Like, I imagine Harbaugh is going to take him at 5. But, you know, they're better on the offensive line than they've been in the last 10 years, right? You know, I'm not saying the Bears are making the playoffs, but I think we're going to see some like actual growth, even with a rookie under center. And, you know, probably I can see them win maybe a game or two more than they did this year. But
I mean, they were in a lot of games. They were in a lot of games.
And see, that, honestly, and that's why I kind of pissed me off about the whole Justin Fields thing, because he did make mistakes. He did. But he he almost single-handedly kept the Bears in a lot of games and single-handedly won probably 4 of those 7 games, like just off of his pure determination, you know? So I think they kind of did him dirty. Like, I don't like the whole situation in Pittsburgh, you know, like telling Fields, you're not going to start. We're going to go roll the dice with Russell Wilson. And I'm like, have you not watched Russell the last few years?
You know, it's always easier to come in after Russell Wilson than come in after the failure that was. I can't think of that kid's name.
Yeah, I just, you know, I'm curious as to where Pittsburgh's going with this, right? Like, just,
it's not fun. Pittsburgh right now reminds me of the Indianapolis Pacers in the 80s and 90s. Like, always good enough to not get a lottery pick.
Yeah. You know, like they finished above 500, but they're, like, you know, first round outs in the playoffs. And they're just like, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, it's like, no, your fans are going to get frustrated. You know, and then number 2 pick at Washington, you know, here's another team that has just kind of toiled in futility since the early 90s. Since when's the last Super Bowl win? 91?
91.
91?
91. And yeah, I think it was 91.
And, you know, they tried everything. Let's bring Joe Gibbs back.
Oh, God. Talk about a dude who should not have stepped back on a field.
Right? He was doing, not drag racing. Was it
NASCAR. Yeah.
It's like he can win at NASCAR and football. He can win at football again.
And it's like, bro, he tried to run the same offense he ran in the 90s. And it's
he
like,
tried to call up all the old players. Like, yeah, step down from the booth, Joe. Just help me out.
Yeah, he fucking called John Riggins up. He's like, you still got a little pep in your step there, John? And John's like, I'm in a fucking wheelchair, bro. Like,
my knees are just bone on bone. Dude. The Redskins have tried everything. They've constantly drafted the worst people, literally, because their one quarterback became a Republican senator or congressman.
Yeah, he was a congressman out of North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in the western part of the state too, that's very beautiful, but really fucking weird. Really fucking weird.
So I'm trying to think. RG3, to me, should go down in history. RG3 and Andrew Luck, when they get drafted, 1 and 2, I thought, this is cool. When you saw them play those rookie years, we're going to watch a return of of that 83 draft class. No. RG3 had a season. He had a season. And
then just the dumb decision to let him go back out there with his knee already wrecked.
Oh.
You knew he couldn't plant his foot. And when he tried to plant to run, like even wearing a brace, you can see that whole kneecap just shift. And it's just like, that's it, dude.
Why?
That's the game.
It just you take as the guy can take the L.
Yeah.
You
know it. Like I Daniel Snyder and that front office ruined his career. And like for me, I really wanted the group RG3 was with to end up buying the Commanders. That's what I really wanted. And just out of spite, but then Josh Harris comes along and says, you know what? I know this is a shit team. I'll plop down $6 billion for it. And the NFL was just like, bruh.
Bro. And if they look, Drake May, I can't stress this enough. If this is your first time listening to the show, Mac and I have a belief that quarterbacks from the University of North Carolina, I didn't say point guards, I didn't say power forwards, I didn't say centers of either position, football or basketball, I didn't say shortstops on the baseball team. I didn't say anyone that plays on the women's rugby team. All of those people are probably good athletes. Draft them in the first round. When it comes to quarterbacks, don't do it.
No.
Drake May has showed you he's just a 6'4" white guy.
Who played in a
6'4" white guy.
Very friendly offensive system.
Yes.
With some phenomenal talent around him.
Yeah.
Right? It's like Washington. You just had a UNC quarterback. What'd you get out of him?
So much nothing. Even though you get him in the later rounds, so much nothing.
Yeah.
That you were like, man, let's go try this again.
Yeah. You know what? I got herpes hooking up with that last prostitute. I'm going to go give it another shot.
Have you seen that meme of John Cena where he's kind of looking like, and they wrote over it when you just hit it raw and you walk into her bathroom and then look up what all those pills were. I fell the fuck out. I fell the fuck out. But that is what happens when you draft a UNC quarterback.
Yeah.
You have hit it raw. And you find out, oh no, that's not a mole on his dick.
Yeah, that's like after drafting a UNC quarterback, you have to go to the clinic to get rotted. Like that's how. Like you don't even get the good doc. You have to go to the clinic,
dude,
and sit there for 4 hours while this overworked doctor who thought he was going to go to some big hospital is just like, all right, man. See what we got.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, nurse, bring me a swab.
You raw, didn't you?
Yeah. All right. Drop your pants. What are you doing with that giant Q-tip? It's going in your dick hole. Now drop your pants.
You should have thought about that before you wanted to be like, trust me, it's fine.
Yeah.
Those are just razor bumps in a cluster.
Yeah. So the one mock I'm looking at, Jason, has the Vikings not trading up, but drafting Penix at 11, which I think would be great with that rocket arm thrown to Jefferson and Addison.
I don't think it'd be great.
Right? They have Jaden Daniels, which I thought was pretty surprising, falling all the way to 12.
To Denver?
To Denver.
Here's my question for you on that. And I would love to hear what the chat has to say. There's some quarterback starved teams, and Denver is a very interesting position because a lot of people, even the quote unquote second round guys, and we all know that there's the top tier. So JJ McCarthy's in the top tier. I'm just going to name the names that people are saying are in the top tier. We may not believe that these are top tier guys, because I believe that you could be drafted in the later rounds and be a starting quarterback or even win a Super Bowl. most people's favorite two quarterbacks of all time, Joe Montana and Tom Brady, third and sixth round.
Yep.
You don't have to be a number one pick to win the Super Bowl. If we went down the list of how many number ones actually win, it's going to be a real short list, and they're going to have some odd careers. So, actually, who was in the last Super Bowl?
You had Pat Mahomes and Brock Purdy.
So you have a first and a seventh rounder.
And a seventh rounder.
In the Super Bowl. And who was in the championship game? You
had Kansas City played. Oh my gosh.
Buffalo? No. Who did they play? Was it Buffalo?
I'm gonna look because I don't want to be dumb.
I forgot.
Okay, here we go. Are you gonna open? You fucking thing. I need to really just get a better
Ravens.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you had two first rounders in the AFC, and
then had two odd first rounders because they trade up. Remember, Baltimore trades back into the first round.
Into the first round.
So so anyway, I think Penix is a high first round pick. People aren't giving that grade for whatever reason. Bo Nix, to me, is getting a bit of a higher grade, but Mac actually likes Bo Nix a little bit more than I do. But I do think he's shown enough to let you know who he could be on Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to coaching as well. Again, with every young quarterback, I truly believe it comes down to good coaching.
And what are you going to do with it? And so Sean Payton and the Broncos are an interesting situation because he took a guy like Drew Brees, second round pick.
And who only fell to the second round because of a shoulder injury. That was it. I mean, it was a rotator cuff repair, which I think if you are throwing things for a living, I'd be like, oh, first rounder, but I get it. But he would have been a first rounder.
And then he gets just demolished by John. God, what is his name? He's the GM for the Niners.
John Lynch.
And everyone thought his career was over. He goes to New Orleans. Sean Payton gives him a better than new life. He's the Drew Brees that he was. I think he's from Austin or Arlington, Texas, where he broke every record known to man.
Yes, something like that. He's from Texas, but he played ball at Purdue, which, if you've been to Indiana, that place kind of sucks. So.
And how did he go all the way to Purdue if you were like this legend? Because he's small, right? He's less than 6 feet tall. So there's some guys that fit that mold that aren't necessarily in the first round conversation. Spencer Rattler is one of those people.
Yeah, can we?
You don't want to hear the Spencer Rattler thing?
No, I don't. And it has nothing to do with him being smaller or whatever. It's just I don't think he's an NFL quarterback. I don't.
I was shocked the Broncos met with him.
I'm not. I really think that front office is just trying to find somebody,
They're not taking him at 12.
Fuck no.
I think you go, okay, well, we can take a beast of a cornerback at 12.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though, right? Denver is in full panic mode because of how poorly the Russell Wilson thing worked out. And the fact that Wilson is carrying $84 million of dead money on their books for the next 2 years. So it really limits their ability to go out into free agency. So they're going to have to really hit on these picks over the next couple years.
And get very inexpensive undrafted free agents.
Bingo.
It's going to be a young team. The Denver Broncos are going to be an insanely young football team with a lot of undrafted free agents probably making the starting.
Oh, yeah. And a lot of late round picks that probably should be developing, on the bench that are going to be forced to start. The Patriots are the same way. The Patriots are going to be going from one of the oldest teams to one of the youngest teams.
And there's talks of the Pats not taking Marvin Harrison.
God, which would be stupid. That would be so dumb. Because the thing is, we're going to get into OTAs in summer and, into summer practices. There's going to be quarterbacks getting cut.
Yep.
So there's going to be an ability to go and get maybe a more serviceable guy, right? I like Jacoby Brissett. He's back in New England. I think he played really well for the Browns, before Watson came in and, did what Watson did, which was complete a little over half his passes and get hurt. But like, I don't think if you've got a baby team, right? If you've got a baby team, Brissett might be the best bet, but I don't know if he makes it through a whole season. I don't know if he makes it 17 games.
Well, there's another team that might be in the market for a quarterback, and that is the Las Vegas Raiders. And I think the Las Vegas Raiders might be willing to trade future picks to pull up Michael Penix.
I think that would be smart, but Antonio Pierce seems really sold on Aiden Connell, which
they brought in what's his name?
Well, yeah, they're always going to bring in competition. That's just how that goes.
That's not competition. He's going to start. I can't think of his name now. He played at Washington State. He's a little guy with a mustache. He was in Indy. Oh,
Minshew. Yeah, but Minshew's not a long-term starter. He's not.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I just think with as well as the Raiders played in the stretch for Pierce with Connell there. I don't know. I think he goes in the season as a starter. Minshew, he's going to look great one game and then look dog shit the next. That's just how it is. He's
a small guy that takes a lot of risks. He also takes a lot of punishment. Antonio Pierce is a real Raiders fan from SoCal that grew up in the Plunkett days.
Yep.
Does he want to have a revival of that and say, I can revive this career and we don't have to worry about paying a quarterback?
I don't know. I don't know if Pierce is that guy. Like Pierce
the front office, I think they just want a stud to sell jerseys.
Yeah. I mean, dude, that's Mark Davis's thing. Like, this is the funny thing. If you look at every other owner in the NFL, they have a gig that made them rich and they bought the team to make them richer, right? The Raiders are all Mark Davis has. That's it. His wealth is completely derived from that team.
Yeah, which isn't good because most owners aren't like that.
No, right? Like, I had somebody point out, like, Jerry Jones makes most of his money from the Cowboys. I'm like, now, but not starting out. Mm-hmm. He's an old school oil dude, mm-hmm. right? So like he had a gig that got him rich and had an opportunity to buy the fucking Dallas Cowboys, which
just Prince money.
Yeah. Like him or
the Steelers, the Cowboys, the Raiders, the Yankees, the Lakers, the Dodgers, these teams print money.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So let's stop acting like it's something different. But imagine the Raiders having, which they haven't had for a long time, first round talent like Penix.
I mean, yeah, they haven't had good quarterback play, honestly, since probably
Gannon. No, Carr. What am I talking about?
No, Carr. No, I would say Carson Palmer.
Carson Palmer was good. He threw 5,000 yards a couple times.
Yeah,
Derek Carr had some good seasons.
Yeah, but see, the thing is with Derek Carr, he was never going to get you over the hump. The thing, like,
Who was the best receiver, Derek Carr?
Yeah, I understand that. But here's the thing. He was also gun shy as fuck. He'd make a mistake and then be like, well, I can't make that mistake again, and then refuse to push the ball down the field. We're seeing the cumulative effects of that gun shyness in New Orleans right now.
Fair. I mean, he also has a name.
Derek Carr hasn't met a 5-yard dump off that he hasn't tossed, okay? Even with a man open 40 yards downfield. Okay. Like,
that's all you need to know. Is just doing it.
But yeah, I mean, it's just I was never really sold on him. Like, I thought it was smart for where the Raiders were at the time. Second round pick.
He put up ungodly numbers
at Fresno State, right? But was he going to be the guy that gets you to the Super Bowl? Fuck no. And the thing is, you saw that in the first half of his rookie year. He would get, take a sack or throw a back, like really overthrow a player. And he's like, okay, I need to not do that again. And then he would just, fucking dump off. And yeah, I get it. The Raiders didn't have the best talent, but there was some there, you know, and he would overlook wide open receivers down the field to like toss an 8-yard pass to a tight end, you know, and it's like you can't win in the game like that now. You know, when you're not that good, you've got to be able to put points on the board and just try and stay afloat and outlast the other team.
I never saw a consistent Raiders team until in the post Gruden years, the post Super Bowl appearance. I hadn't seen a consistent Raiders team until these past few years in Vegas, especially when Gruden was gone.
Yeah, and then they brought in McDaniel, which was a mistake.
That was a huge step back.
Yeah,
McDaniel was a huge step back, and then Pierce comes in, and they're playing with a bit of confidence. I don't know how much you can keep that up in the modern era because I think they want to be like the Raiders of old, and we'll see in Las Vegas. Because another thing we have to keep in mind is this is still a test with a professional sports team in Sin City.
Yeah.
And
well,
young team.
When everybody said that sports weren't going to work in Vegas and they showed out for the Golden Knights, right?
I told you
Hockey
that, yeah.
in the middle of the fucking desert. They're like, no one's going to fucking watch it. They've sold out every home game since they've, you know, joined the NHL. I think Vegas fans, and yes, there is a point too. There's a lot of transient folk just vacationing. But see, if I'm in Vegas from September to December and I have like $300 extra to spend and the Raiders are in town, I'm fucking going.
Well, that's what the whole thing was. We're going to sell packages now for the stadium and yada, yada. But, you know, for every great story we have about the Knights, Henry Ruggs.
Yeah. I mean, and
that's a commonality.
Yeah.
In Las Vegas is people driving way too fast and expensive cars and killing the shit out of pedestrians. That's way more common than people think.
Yeah. They actually, I think Clark County has a tracker. That's how bad it is. Like you can it's run by like the government of Clark County.
I stayed there for a little bit, but we'll see. Can a younger team, because the Raiders are going to start getting younger now.
Oh, a lot younger.
Can they keep it together in Las Vegas?
I think there's enough of a veteran present. Like Max Crosby is such a big personality who takes like those little nuances of the game very seriously. I think that's why he is the player he is. Like, you know, you always need kind of the veteran presence in the locker room, and they're going to have enough of that to balance out like the baby Raiders, the way we were talking about like the baby Broncos too. And the thing is, the Raiders are going to have cap money to bring in another few veterans where teams like the Broncos won't, you know, and like you said, you're probably going to see a lot of undrafted free agents, lower round picks, either starting or they're in the rotation, you know. Andrew, honestly, that was the big part of why they say Vegas wouldn't work was because of its focus on tourism. You know, their whole thing was there's not enough people in Vegas that are going to want a large, you know, like essentially a major league team, because they supported their minor league teams very well, like their minor league hockey and baseball teams. But they didn't think
teams. I think the hockey teams and the minor league baseball teams don't play downtown.
No, they don't.
Traffic problem. There's a massive traffic problem in Vegas and the surrounding city, Henderson.
Yeah, and the thing is the minor league team is still in Nevada, but I think it moved to Reno just to make room for the Knights. But
great place to play baseball.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Don't mind the snow.
Yeah, we got to shovel the field, guys.
and the altitude, that'll be fun. I think I would much rather see Bo Nix go to Vegas and the Broncos take Penix.
I think Nix is probably going to be. He's going to be second or third rounder, right? End of day one.
You don't think he's going the first?
No,
really?
I don't.
You think they're going to go McCarthy over Bo Nix?
Absolutely, because McCarthy has caught kind of like the zeitgeist. Like he's wormed his way into this talk of being a top 4 quarterback. I'm an Ohio State fan. I talk a lot of shit about Michigan. I watched him the last few years in the Ohio State Michigan game. He didn't win those games, man. Those running backs torched Ohio State's defense last year, right? And Michigan's defense, did what a Harbaugh's defense always does: attacks the line of scrimmage, makes great open field tackles. Like, it wasn't JJ McCarthy. McCarthy's a game manager, right? JJ McCarthy is a younger and better looking Trent Dilfer, right? That's what he is. He doesn't
we
have.
know now Trent Dilfer maybe wasn't a number 1 overall draft pick.
Oh yeah. I think Trent Dilfer just came out in a weird year.
Weird times.
Yeah.
The 90s, you go back and look at the 90s.
Yeah, go look at 90s drafts, first rounds, and just be like, who the fuck are these people?
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of offensive line guys. You're not going to see quarterbacks taken all the time. I think there's going to be a lot of movement in the first round, and I think this is the most unpredictable first round since what year was that where there's a bunch of trades in the first round?
I mean, dude, the last few years we're seeing a lot more trading of first round picks. And it used to be we keep them because, like you said, it's cheap talent. Their salary's locked in for 4 years. We can plan around it. We're good. But what they did in LA with the Rams, they were like, hey, why have a young kid that we have to develop? We can trade out these first rounders for dudes that are already good. And all we're going to have to really do is keep on top of the salary cap to make sure we're not over. Right. And they're like, dude, they might only have $53 left in salary cap space, but they have their 53-man roster fucking set. Right. So it's just, we're seeing more teams do like kind of take that line of thought. It's the teams that are bad, that are hoarding first round picks, that are like, you know what we'll do? We'll trade off our big name. But you know what it's going to take to get this dude? 3 firsts, a second, and a 4th. And some of these teams.
I want to see Sam Darnold play with Justin Jefferson. He played with Addison at that's when he was, looking like a first. No, I take it back. He wasn't playing with Addison.
No, Addison.
Who did he play with that's in the NFL right now? Who's his receiver?
Sam Darnold. Okay. Looks like a dude who's happy to have black teammates, but then goes home to his flat ass wife and complains about their loud music in the locker room.
God damn! God! Do you understand the entire Vikings locker room is in stitches right now?
Oh, dude.
Do you understand that? I hope you guys are tweeting this at Sam Darnold.
Dude, Justin Jefferson, someone's going to tweet it. Jefferson, who's like chronically online in the offseason, is going to be like, he right.
Dude, I want to see Sam Darnold go the fuck off in Minnesota.
I do too. He's going to go the fuck off on that clipboard.
You think they're going to start? So you think, and I'm asking this question to Mac and the TIR Red Zone audience, do you believe in your soul that they're going to trade up for JJ McCarthy and then start him?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
How long does that last?
Long enough to see it was a burnt pick. You lost draft capital. You lost the season. And that front office gets fired after like 2 years.
And your wide receiver wants out.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe one of the best wide receivers in the game wants out.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Jefferson's top 3, right? And the thing is, McCarthy is not known as a deep thrower. Jefferson has just jet engines for legs and a great catch radius, phenomenal hands, right? And I'll give Cousins this. At least he could push the ball down the field and stretch it.
Mm-hmm.
McCarthy does not do that.
You never can.
And the thing is you got to think, we wouldn't be talking about JJ McCarthy if the Wolverines lose to Ohio State and they don't see him play in a playoff game, win, and then win a national title. We're not talking about JJ McCarthy. That doesn't happen.
I'm still shocked he snuck his way into first round.
Oh, Joey Nichols, stop. His arm is not excellent. Penix's arm's better. Nick's arm's better. I dare say even fucking Spencer Rattler's arm is better.
Michael Penix has the best deep ball in this draft class.
Oh, dude, it's beautiful. And he just puts it wherever he wants.
And Caleb Williams has a gorgeous fucking deep ball. Caleb Williams is a cannon.
Yes.
And those two are the three most accurate quarterbacks I saw in college this year. Shedeur Sanders. I watched that kid throw pinpoint passes on the run, fitting him in windows this big.
Just running. He's running away for his life, because Colorado's offensive line was so fucking bad.
Shedeur Sanders. This is my. No one from the NFL is listening, but if anyone can get to anyone's ear, if you can lose or just stay with whatever you got and get Shedeur next year, that kid is going to be amazing at the next level.
Yeah, I really think Deion should have went to jail for child abuse after last season. Putting his kid behind that line, that's like a felony child abuse offense. Shedeur Sanders, after the last game of the season, went to the courthouse to file charges against his dad.
Child abuse. Shedeur Sanders is the real deal.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you saw the corner opposite of the superstar that played both ways. What was his name?
His son?
No. What's the corner? He plays corner and wideout for the Buffaloes.
Yeah, that's the superstar guy. I can't think.
Yeah. His buddy on the other side just transferred out of Colorado.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why?
And I don't know. I mean, dude, the fact of the matter is Deion is going to work the transfer portal more than recruiting, because recruits are going to come to him because of who he is. Right. And, this kid was actually, he was pretty, he was a 5-star kid, was getting a lot of play from California schools, SEC schools before he chose Colorado. But I get it. Maybe 1 year under the, playing in the circus, you're just I don't want to fucking do this. And I get that, or it could just be, better opportunities. Travis Hunter. Thank you, Eric. But it could just be, maybe he doesn't like the defense, maybe he, because let's face it, we didn't even get through a whole season before Deion was messing with his coaching staff. He
seems like he doesn't know what he's doing. I hate to say that at this level, but he also kind of felt that way at Jackson State a little bit.
Yeah, but Jackson State, it's going to be a little easier to cover up your deficiencies as a coach because it's a smaller school. Even with the eyeballs on it, because Deion's there's still not as many eyeballs as there are at Colorado.
It's hard to get a national game.
Yeah.
The only national game they got was the bowl games they would get to, which was pretty impressive.
Yeah, but Colorado was on my TV 6 times last year.
Dude, and I watched so much Travis Hunter, amazing athlete. Please pick one side of the ball to play on.
Yeah. Don't try and do both.
You're just gonna hurt yourself, kid. You're gonna hurt yourself, and that makes me sad. Don't hurt yourself. You're an amazing talent. Whichever side you decide to play on, you will dominate. You know who was like that in college too? Brandon Marshall. He was a all conference safety.
Yeah. I mean, and this is the thing. I get why kids want to play, but they're just. I mean, Hunter got to Colorado or got to Jackson State as a corner, right? Jackson State, you could probably get away playing both sides of the ball. Maybe go 20-20 each side. 20 plays. Colorado, no fucking way, dude. You're getting ready to go into the Big 12. There are some big motherfuckers that play in that league, whether we want to admit it or not, right? I mean, I hate to say this, but there's a reason the Big 12 survived and the Pac-12 didn't. Well, it's still around with 2 teams.
Joey Nichols says Champ Bailey did both. Champ Bailey did not play as much wide receiver as Travis Hunter plays.
Yeah, Hunter was
when he
on
was
the
at
field
Georgia.
a lot.
And
A lot.
Champ Bailey was not playing on both sides of the ball when he got to the NFL. The Broncos had a couple packages for him, I think his first year as a Bronco, and he stopped returning punts and kicks. 4 or 5, maybe 3 or 4 years into his career. They're only an emergency situation.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing with a lockdown corner. I wouldn't have, dude, I would have had him wrapped in bubble wrap, like when he's not on the field, like it's such an,
he's a dip. There's some difference makers that play for Colorado.
Yeah,
Travis Hunter is one. Shador is another.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, I just hope for Shador's health that Deion's like, you know what we need to do? Probably get some offensive linemen in here, huh? Like just. And Shador's in the back.
Maybe do this wacky thing called run the ball.
Yeah, you hear Shador down the hall. Thanks, Dad.
That's all he wants for Christmas. He just wants to open up offensive linemen and a running game. But look, if he took his senior year off due to injury or whatever the fuck he wants to take it off for, he was going to white girl safari. Give a fuck.
He's going to find one of those white girls that Dr. King's staring at, out of the corner of his eye. Malcolm's in the corner just,
Again and again.
We lost the
Negroes.
We lost another one.
Intoxicated by the white woman's big fat ass. Hopping around, clapping her cheeks.
We got to make a whole skit. We got any animators in chat?
This deliciously delectable white woman.
Oh my god.
White girl safari might not be a good PR move.
Social media.
They just lost to one woman watching the show.
I'm cuckoo for snow bunny puffs. Oh my god. It's deliciously delectable.
Jason and Michael Brooks would have gone on tour. His sister did say something really nice about being there. But Ben Berg is also good too.
But yeah, the one pick I'm really interested in is Kenyon Mitchell. He's a corner from Toledo. He's slotted to go to Jacksonville, which would be perfect. I mean, this is a year where we're seeing, like I said, a huge run on wideouts and offensive linemen, corners in the first round, right? Which makes sense, it's just what I'm kind of surprised about is the kid from UCLA, Laiatu Latu. They have him going 26 to the Buccaneers, which I think is super smart. They're going to kind of need to reload because they're kind of running it back, with the leftovers of the Brady team with Baker under center, who I think was smart re-signing that guy. I think that was good. But you're going to need to constantly restock the cupboard with edge rushers. Now, the thing for Latu for me is the dude, it looked like he was the most prepared pass rusher playing in 3 technique, with his hand down. Now, he's not the biggest dude, compared to some other defensive ends. Is he going to be able to handle his man at the point of attack and be able to penetrate and get into the backfield, either to disrupt the run play or get to the quarterback, right? Is he going to be able to do that? I think he's got the talent to do it. It's just whether he's physically able to do it. You know what I mean? Like
We'll see
he's
how much bigger he gets. He's what, coming at 240?
yeah, dude. He's probably gonna have to put on a good 20 pounds.
But you know who didn't put on 20 pounds? Oh God, I keep wanting to say Champ Bailey. I don't know if I say Champ Bailey. Won the Super Bowl for the Broncos. Edge rusher. Why am I drawing blank? Plays for the Bills now.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Miller. Von Miller.
Von Miller's like 240.
Yeah, but he's also an outside linebacker. You know,
that's the same position that they are going to put. What's the name at?
I mean, it's going to be interesting. You're right, Joey. He's not the best run defender, but when you're getting drafted as an edge rusher, you're like your job isn't to really like you're not playing the run.
Is Latu Von Miller or is he Bruce Irvin?
I think he's probably closer to Miller. I mean,
really?
Von Miller was a force at A&M, right? And I think great years in Denver. Buffalo, his time there has kind of been injury ridden, and he hasn't had like small injuries. Like he blew out his ACL, which granted
he's sit down injuries. He left Denver on a season sit down.
Yeah, so like you just Latu's got talent, right? And he's got a really good and I hate saying this because I think it's cheesy as fuck, but he's got a big engine. Like he's on it.
Yeah,
he
right?
Does.
He does.
But it's going to be interesting to see how he stands up to a left tackle that outweighs him by almost 100 pounds and is like 6'5", 6'6", So it just I don't know.
Virtuoso has a good point. Can he play multiple positions? Can he drop back and cover?
Dude,
he really can. You think he can?
I think he's got the speed to do it. Kind of like I don't want to say like JJ Watt because JJ Watt just had an amazing ability to know when to drop back and pick off passes. But Tampa's a good spot for him. He's going to be able to learn from some good coaches. I don't think there's going to be a lot expected of him his rookie year, which I think is great to just be able to learn the playbook, learn what you're supposed to do at the professional level, that type of thing. So, I think that's a good spot. Kansas City, they have drafting a wideout with the last pick in the first round, which I think is good.
That's Mitchell, right?
Ricky Pearsall from Florida is the one that this particular
really good.
He is. He just played on some shit Florida teams.
Back to the quarterback question. I'm thinking about this in my head. If you think Washington is going to go Drake May, which is okay.
We told you, don't do it.
At that point, Mac, let's get a picture of us like this together. And then every time Washington loses, we're just going to tweet it at him.
That's
insane.
We told you.
We told you. Can Jaden Daniels fall to Vegas and somewhat stay home?
Well, let's see.
Or does Jim Harbaugh? I think Jim Harbaugh is going to convince the San Diego Brass, or whatever the fuck they're called, the LA, San Diego, Anaheim Chargers Brass.
The San Diego Chargers of Los Angeles.
Los Angeles.
The secondary tenants in their stadium.
I refuse to call them the Los Angeles Chargers, dude. Just stop. Just go back to San Diego where you belong.
Dude, I don't even think San Diegans want them back.
You know San Diego talks about San Diego State on the radio?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, San Diego State, their athletic department are like they're pumping out some great programs in multiple sports. So, I mean, dude, when that is,
keep talking.
When you have the backing now because like there's a lot of people dumping a lot of money into San Diego State, and a lot of that came with the push to get him into the Pac-12.
Which I would have hoped they would have done, but I get it.
Dude, I honestly, between Larry Scott and this, well, he got fired, which, you know, you lost all your teams with the exception of 2, so you should get fired. Between those 2 commissioners, they really, really leaned into that old school kind of Pac-12 mentality. Like, we're too good for San Diego State. And it's like, bro, this is the new Wild West of college football. You can't be too good for anybody.
Yeah.
They should have gobbled up. Dude, yeah, they should have gobbled up. They should have gobbled up San Diego State, Boise State, right?
I wish they would have got
San Jose. Dude, I would have went out and got Fresno and or the Air Force Academy.
Ooh.
You know?
Don't please. It still hurts. Okay. It still hurts. But as Joey jokingly said, I think Jim Harbaugh is going to throw the greatest monkey wrench into this draft. I really wish I could be in Fayetteville with you.
Oh God, dude. I'm just not going to work that night. Right? I'm not going to go to work for the first day of the draft. I'm just going to go plop my ass down at the dive bar that I love. I'm not even going to drink probably the first hour. I'm just going to fucking pound water and just watch.
Because dude, Harbaugh, I feel like he's going to come in there and fuck it up. Because people forget, Harbaugh loves fucking shit up.
Yeah, and here's the thing. When Harbaugh was hired, San Diego, see, I'm doing it now. Football Clippers, as we're now going to call the Chargers. Football
Clippers.
The Football Clippers decided to keep the traditional structure: owner, general manager, coach. But if you think the Spanos family, who's notoriously cheap, right, didn't promise Harbaugh some say in personnel, Harbaugh doesn't take that job. That's where the friction point was with him in San Francisco, remember? Him and Trent Baalke just rubbing heads over who we should draft, you know? And the thing is, the ownership group promised Harbaugh in San Francisco personnel say, right? But he'd have to work with the general manager. He didn't realize what kind of shit show that would be because of Harbaugh's personality, right? Harbaugh's coming from college, where the college coach controls everything, right? And then when you look at his first stop in University of San Diego, this was a program that had no football success, and they were actually getting ready to drop their program before Harbaugh gets there.
And Josh Johnson,
and then look what
comes in and has one of the greatest D2 years of all time. It's still the NFL.
Yeah, you know, and then he goes to Stanford and really revitalizes that program, but it had Harbaugh's name all over it, right? Power running game, you know, kind of the quarterback is expected to manage the game, play it as it comes to him with really stout defenses, right? And he kind of took that attitude to San Francisco. And he was very, very, you know, hands-on with that team. And that's why he walked. He and Trent Baalke could not get along. They did not see eye to eye on how to build the team. So he went back to college where he's got absolute control, right? If you think he's not going to have some say in personnel and, you know, with Football Clippers, then you're wrong, right? I could see him walking into Football Clippers draft room, Jason, and just being like, you can go. Like looking at his boss. Like, I got this.
Okay. But here's the thing. Who does he want? Does he want Jaden Daniels? Because we know Harbaugh likes a runner. He's the one that won Kaepernick in the second round.
Yeah.
So does he go, let's trade up and get Jaden Daniels, make sure we get him for the Broncos or anybody, the Giants or anybody else gets him. Let's not forget the Giants, our quarterback, thirsty as well.
What are you talking about? Danny Dimes. He's a fucking Giants fans. Yeah. Daniel Jones throws for 300 yards once. And they're like, yeah, he's all right. And then it's just like the rails came off. You know,
my God. Daniel Jones in New York has been
almost as just a shit show as Mark Sanchez with the Jets. Okay, like it was just...
Hey, Mark Sanchez, back-to-back AFC Championship games.
But did he win them?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, it
Daniel
matters.
Jones ain't won shit back-to-back. I game.
It matters.
Shit.
Mark Sanchez, another of the long line of USC quarterbacks that
Mark Sanchez went to 2 playoffs with a horrible coach. Leave Mark Sanchez alone. Leave Brittany alone. They have me out here like, oh boy.
You know what, Jason? He did win 2 playoff games. He also is only going to be known for the butt fumble.
That's horrible because he won as many playoff games as Chad Pennington.
Pennington actually had a good career. You can't really knock him for that. I mean, by the end of it, his arm was just kind of like flapping there, but
leave Brittany alone, first and foremost.
Dude, Jason, I'm always going to rip on Pac-12 quarterbacks. That's just what I do.
You're racist.
I'm Sam Darnold.
You're Sam Darnold. Don't Darnold me, dude. Don't Darnold me, bro.
We just came up with a new
verb. You didn't get the pass.
Just everybody, if you Darnold someone, you are not even invited to the barbecue anymore. Okay, like you
Darnold me, bro. Bro, don't Darnold me.
Oh man.
Yeah, this was called being Darnolded.
Sam Darnold is definitely a herald.
Oh yeah, he's a herald. Oh, people were asking about the Rufus definition. But who's a Rufus? A Rufus, unlike Damien, where Damien is unemployed, Damien has a skill of some kind. Like he's a line cook. Or
maybe a welder.
Yeah. He might even be in the union, but he's never going to the union hall. Right?
Yeah.
You know what? Damien is on disability. Right? Rufus got fired from the UPS store in 1996. You fucked Rufus after you left Harold for Damien and you realize Damien is never going to text you back. Rufus will text you back. Sometimes when you think you're a Damien, you're really a Rufus.
Yeah, Rufus
you are the reminder of that person that they can do better.
Rufus is definitely going to text you back because after he got fired by the UPS store in 1997, he hasn't really worked since, and you offered him a hot meal, and he's taking you up on it now.
Rufus will eat all your kids' Lunchables.
Mm-hmm.
Rufus is not, when the bill comes, Rufus looks right at you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I left my wallet. Your wallet? Rufus ain't had a license since the Obama's first term in office.
He carries it, but he hasn't lived at that address in about 9 years, and he still drives on that expired license.
It's Rufus' grandmama house, and she got evicted in 87. He just steals the mail. Rufus, in the great words of Alexis Tyler, ain't no good. You will not get cum all in your mouth. You will not get cum all in your rectum messing with Rufus.
No.
Rufus is going to very quick.
That's
another reason it's going to be
your stink portal's safe.
You're so safe. Rufus may try to put it in there, but he's not. Damien will sneak it in there.
Yeah. And you're going to say Damien. Magical umbrella.
I can't believe we said that. I can't believe we said he's got a dick like an umbrella. Rufus's dick is more like Gonzo's nose. Rufus's vagina looks like Snuffleupagus.
Oh my God. I haven't had a drop of alcohol, and I'm like, I need to be drunk to listen to this.
Damien floats into people's lives like Mary Poppins. Damien does. Rufus just fucking busting your shit like the Kool-Aid man. Hey, Kool-Aid.
There's a Rufus cut out through your drywall. He's just like, oh yeah.
And poor Harold patches that shit when you let him come back. Just remember that. There's always again, don't give a fuck what your sexual preference is, what your gender is. There's only Damiens, Harolds, and Rufuses. That is it. The Kool-Aid man is unironic. The lore of this show
just it grows every week. Like we
by
just
the
add.
By the way, I didn't show you this before we get off air. Dizzle McFizzle made a Guerrilla Communism shirt.
Did he?
Because you weren't on the show, so Alex Herbert, who'll be back probably next month on the show, was like, "Yeah, man, I'm all about guerrilla communism because I kind of act like a gorilla." So on the front of the shirt, it says, "I'm coming for you," or "We coming for you." On the back of the shirt, it says, "Because I nut quick." Let me show it to you.
Oh man, dude, we have like the best fucking community here, guys. Thank you so much. One, for dealing with our love of sports ball and then the insanity that ensues, and our occasional heavy, subject matter. So, I love you guys, man. You're great. And then we have just this lore that we're building. Like, we're eventually gonna have to put like an ebook together. So we just pass it out so people understand what the fuck we're talking about.
So if you see me walking and gingerly, it's not because I'm old. It's because I read somewhere that doing a leg workout increases the nut load.
I was gonna say, did you fuck? Is that what happened? You pulled a hammy?
I fucking hit that shit like I was a training scene montage in the Karate Kid. You're the best. Come on.
David Goggins is in the corner giving you like a pep talk.
I was like, you know how your legs are like this, like you're shaking. I was like, I can do one more rep. I can do one more rep. Somebody's mama's finna get loaded on. It's gonna be a mess.
Are you ready to be frosted like a cake?
I mean, walking all like RoboCop, all fucked up. Don't mind me. I was doing a leg workout. Gonna double the nut load. So this is great, dude. This is great. I can't believe it's full business. Thank you so much, Dizzle. Right?
I fucking love it.
Right? And then look at this. Look at this. Now, hey, Jay, you wearing that tomorrow? Yes. Yes. Interviewing scholar Dr. Julie Weber.
Oh man, it's gonna be funny when you wear that around some chick you're banging, and she's like,
"What does this say on the back of your shirt?"
And all you say is, "Don't worry about that part."
Yeah, don't worry about that. Hey, you said it was a marathon. I told you. I have a 40 time. I'm trying to keep. I put my 40 time in my dating profile for a reason.
I had a buddy, Jason, that was like, we're like talking about like we're in this group of like 8 of us, 6 of us were in the military, and this dude's like talking about, yeah, man, like I had like a 1 hour fuck fest last night, dude. Like I just kept going down on her, foreplay. And my boy T looks up and goes, "Foreplay? You fucking do that?" And we all kind of look at him. He's like, "Listen, bitch, it's a race and I want to win."
Damn. Letting you know I got things to do. Trying to watch the game.
Bro, he straight up said, he's like, "Yeah, man, I've been like messing around with this chick." And he's like, "There's this movie coming on that I wanted to watch." And he's like, "Hey, man, I want to fuck, but we got to make this quick."
Oof.
And I'm like,
that's married ass sex right there. That's
bro, they weren't even married. They were just hooking up. That's all they were doing.
How you hook up. That's what married people do. It's oof.
Yeah, so they don't get busted by the kids, you know? Like you gotta. Well,
you know what I got. I think we both got married pretty young. I was 21. And I remember my first wife was like, "Oh man, when these kids get 18, we'll have the world to ourselves." Here I am alone in Mexico, and that bitch is going on cruises with her new husband.
Yeah. It's like, you know what you do? You know what you tell her? Like, "Hey, you're going on a cruise. I need a place to stay for a few days, so you're not gonna have a Lunchable left in this house. I'm gonna promise you."
No Lunchable left behind. That's Rufus's model. I'm just gonna come in like a Rufus. No Lunchable left behind.
That's the next shirt right there.
That needs to be. Everybody needs to have a motto, and that's the Rufus motto. No Lunchable left behind. I don't know what the Damien's motto is.
Oh, we know what Damien's motto is. No vagina left behind. Like he's gonna get him.
Yeah.
He's gonna get
motto is fucking shit.
He's
no loyalty.
Yeah, Damien treats vagina like Pokemon. He's gonna catch them all. All right, like just get them.
Like Damien as a man or a woman, Damien definitely fucking all their friends.
Oh yeah.
You can't be friends with the Damien. If you think you're friends with the Damien, you're about to get fucked.
It's gonna happen.
Don't tell Damien about your relationship if you're friends with the Damien. Like, oh, so and so doesn't do that. Oh, really? Yeah.
Pulls out the umbrella.
Yeah. It just floats in. That's a spoonful of sugar. Let the medicine go down. The medicine go.
He's in the middle of a conversation. He's like, "Wait, someone's saying someone went. Gotta go." Floating in like Fortnite at the beginning.
But that's not what Harold sees. Harold sees the opening scene in Red Dawn.
Is he floating with his penis? Oh my!
Kids, look at this. What is this? Some kind of circus act? Is that your mom? And she's just like, "It's so smooth." No.
Harold gets cucked, and he's just like, "Whoa!"
Oh, cover your eyes, kids.
Kristen, you're really going to town there.
When your girl is bored and wants to cut you, point to your wrist and say it's Dame time. You know what's funny? There's some people in relationships that are watching these shows and like, I just watched this show with these guys, and they said, "Honey, who do you think I am?"
The wife's just like, "You're definitely not Harold, right?" Huh?
Like, who do you think you are, dear?
Let me turn this around so I can get out of this. This is bad.
Harold starts shopping for a chair.
Harold's shopping for a chair wearing his Hey Dude shoes. You know, his fucking brightly colored polo tucked into his cargo shorts.
Oh, just looking sad all in the
That's right. And the thing is, the cargo shorts, they're ironed. There's a pleat in them.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Harold went and got that chair, got back to the house, and was like, I really need some powder. Sweated a lot in these shoes.
This is the perfect time to start your polycule with a Harold Damien. That polycule is like a real world house thing.
Bro, that's just chaos. You're asking for chaos with that.
You're asking for a night. Put a camera in that motherfucker because I want to see that bullshit. But I mean, dude. Oof.
Again, idea for Twitch. We find one of each. Cameras everywhere.
That would be, we make so much money. See, this is the shit that we need to start thinking about when we get together in DC. We go sort of break.
Bro, this is like the TIR OnlyFans page. We got the weird Harold Damien Rufus polycule on 24/7, and then we got ACAB cooking. Holy shit. We won't have to work again. You just gotta
like coins. It's like you're getting all the coins.
Dude, we'll be like Scrooge McDuck, but instead of coins, we're just gonna dump all the bills into the empty pool.
Dude, can you imagine actually making real money?
Oh, dude. I saw a New York Times headline that was documenting this 20+ person polycule, and I was just flabbergasted. What? Oh, Colin, thanks for the super chat, man.
Thank you, Colin.
Yeah, thank you so much. We didn't talk about the Cavs. We talked some NBA draft or NFL draft. We had a really heavy discussion there for a few minutes. And since then, we've been expounding on the extensive TIR lore that is just growing, that eventually we're going to have to put out a book just so people can.
It's getting to the point where there needs to be like at least a Wikipedia page.
Yeah. We just started. Just TIR.
You know what's really funny? So you know what's really funny? I would say something that's totally not going to be. So all of us want to get taken somewhat seriously in the world of like media and shit. And with Mac and I, when everybody on this show writes, we are very serious. And usually when we do the shows, I mean, if you follow TIR, if you guys are subscribers, please be a subscriber. Please. But seriously, I posted all the shows for this month and some shows for next month. There's a lot of serious stuff going on the show. And I'm trying to get on Tavis Smiley's radio show. Not to like fuck with him, but to seriously like go on there. And my fear is, much like when I was up for another radio gig, that they look me up and they're like, oh, this guy? Like,
dude, that's the thing. They're gonna eventually someone's just gonna be like, hey, this Jason Myles dude, he's got a good presence, he's black leftist, and they're gonna just Google you and this show's gonna pop up.
Yeah.
Like, and they're gonna be like, oh fuck no, we're not letting this guy on.
That literally happened. That literally happened. That literally happened. I'm not gonna say the radio station. You know about it, but that literally happened. They're like, ooh, so I'm gonna like hopefully meet these people who go to DC in real life. But hey, I'm not gonna fucking talk to you like Fozzie Bear in real life. Trust me.
I promise. If I come on the show, I'm not gonna talk about dicks or Rufus or we'll stay on topic.
Trust me. So, oh wow, thank you, Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, definitely, man.
But for those that are asked about Masha and the Bears, it really is more of an issue with Masha and her North Maria and her time, because she actually is a professor, foreign policy expert, and it became an issue of time with her. But she is in DC, so I think I will be seeing her. So maybe we will be able to discuss some things. We'll see. Resist the urge to the ball chaser.
So here's an update on the drawing, guys. I finally got Dr. King's face down. Now I've started on the trunk, and I've already got the rough sketch of the apple of Dr. King's eye off to the right. So
it's just, you have to do. There's a few big things I have to do before we do DC. I have to get the posters out for kayfabe donators, and we have to get like some real life pictures of some of the insane shit. Like this needs to be reproduced for everyone. I don't know if everybody would have a nut quick on the back of their shirt. I don't know if.
Oh, dude, with our crew, I think we'd be okay. I'm just saying.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I'll say that I don't know. But Anglo pessimism was a fucking monster for us when we dropped it, and you know that would be cool. It would really help with a lot of shit. But that being said, we're coming up on a great 3 hours. Thank you guys for hanging out once again. Matt, thank you so much. Thank you everybody for watching and bothering to pay attention to the insane stuff that we do. For all those watching on Twitter, sadly, for whatever reason, the platform that we're using doesn't always let us see the Twitter messages, but keep commenting away on Twitter. I've heard people have screenshotted me some Twitter comments that are pretty funny. Before we go, and I know this is gonna, for the people listening to the podcast, you won't get it. Go back and watch it. Fucking timestamp it if you have to. This is my new favorite guy. This roast guy. I have another shoe roast for you from Temu. He's got all these Temu shoe roasts. They've been keeping me sane. I've been up since 4 a.m. by the way.
Dude, when I get like that, there's one dude I follow on TikTok, and it's called like Cat Bop, but it's him and his cat, and he has Cards Against Humanity. And what he does is he reads the question, and the cat taps what the answer is. And this cat, for whatever reason, I don't know, I'd like to think he's not rigging it, but like it'll be like, okay, Noel, that's the name of the cat. Okay, Noel, you know, we're gonna hope and pray for what? And the cat reaches out, touches it with paw, and it'll be like, the Cultural Revolution. Come on, Noel. You know, like, just, you know, and some of them are like really fucked up. Like, you know, it'd be like, well, you know, Jamie's turning 22 tonight, and she wants to know, you know, what she has to look forward to in her future. And the cat, like this cat tapped like this, the cat or the card, and the dude picks it up and is like, an abortion? Noel, what the fuck?
Dude, no, I've been doing like pumping, cutting clips, and like doing all this fucking stupid shit, right? Trying to get all ready. And Kushlik, I hope you watch the show Saturday. I'm not going to tell you what it's called. Just go look. It's there.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, Kush, you know, Jason's passing up hours-long fuck fest where he is going to pull a hammy just to make sure.
Totally. I did get a message from someone. Oh, you're so busy all the time. Yes. I'm so terrified.
It's like, don't worry, sweetheart. I'll make some time for you. Let's do this. You know, light some candles, hide your raisins. You know, like. Or don't hide your raisins. Maybe she's into it. I don't know.
I would be actually upset if somebody liked raisins, because then I love shit that people hate that they always get in abundance of. Like, I love fruitcake. So people are like, oh, I got a fruitcake. I'm like, oh, really? Don't throw it away. Oh, you don't want those raisins? Oh, I'll take them. Like, I love that shit.
Did you come? No, it's just my hamstring.
Oh my God. Did you come? Oh my God.
This is Matt reporting live from beyond the red zone. Jason's not here today. He's got a grade 3 strain of his hamstring. after going into a tantric fuckfest.
And a wicked case of blue balls.
Wait, this just in. He also has turf toe. Don't know how that happened, but it did.
I want to say something in real life that happened, but I don't want to say it. And it's around that. I didn't pull anything, but I definitely I definitely was like, I can't. Like, I don't know. I'm not gonna do it. But I was like, this is
That's like the worst too. Like, I don't like when I was younger and a single dude, like, you know, go out to the bar, get fucking hammered, go home with this woman, and you're just like,
yeah.
And you're it's not gonna happen. And like in your head, you're just sitting there like, I'm kind of over this. You know?
I was thinking about so many other things. I was thinking about so many other things. Like it had lasted for so long in so many different ways. I was just like,
like don't get me wrong. I like to like change it up and stuff, but like when this woman decides she's gonna turn into like an Olympic class gymnast, like during sex, I'm just like, bro, can you just get on top?
Yeah.
You know? Like I can't like
you know why you guys can't hear me?
Can you hear me better now?
Oh yeah.
I wasn't on. You didn't tell me, Mac, that for some reason it was coming from my internal mic on my computer.
Oh well, I mean, I heard you okay, but then again,
now
I've got like
3 hours of bad Jason.
First off, there's no such thing as 3 hours of bad Jason because
That's
Jason
not what
doesn't
that woman
exist.
said. She left like this, and I bid you good day, sir.
I said good day.
I said good day.
Jesus Christ, what's wrong with us?
I had this fucking brilliant idea, dude, and I just thought it was going to be like most normal encounters, and it just wasn't. And I was like, oh man, this is not where I should be. And it was just like, I think this is what hell would look like for me.
Dude, before we go, once upon a time I was in the Q course trying to be like a really cool SF dude, and I didn't make it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you don't make it, they put you needs of the army, and they're like, you're gonna go to Korea. And I was like, the fuck I am not going there. The last thing I wanted to do was go back to an infantry element that focused around vehicles because you spend 90% of your time doing maintenance on them. And I was like, fuck that. I don't want to do that. So I go talk to the psychological operations recruiter, right? And he's like, yeah, man, you can come on over. You already have like a like kind of a flavor for SF, you know? And I took, you know, I had to go back through AIT, and which is just the school where you learn your MOS, right? And I passed every written exam with the lowest passable grade of 79, right? And the instructors were all like old school, like infantry special ops dudes. And they look at me and go, Mac, did you fucking plan this? I was like, no, I just refuse to study for this shit. Like, this is the dumbest job ever. I just don't want to go to Korea. And they're like, that's fair. We understand, you know? And so afterwards, like, we're waiting to go to the psychological operations units, right? And they're not ready for intake. Essentially, they can't take any more personnel yet because they haven't had enough personnel leave. So we're just staying at the schoolhouse, me and like 9 other reclass. And to be in PSYOP, you have to go to jump school, which is one of the easiest schools in the United States Army to pass. It really is. And we had like 8 people come back from failing it because they couldn't do pull-ups. And this particular young lady, we'll just call her B, was like a fitness instructor before she enlisted. Just fucking smoking hot, right? And like we did like the flirty thing, and these are the only people that us reclass are allowed to hang out with when we're talking about the other students, because these people are technically in the army. They went to an army school, they failed, right? But the other students are just coming into the military, so they're like, you under no circumstances are you allowed to be around them. And I'm like, hey, not a problem. Right? So like I'm in this like EMT class, and we go out the night before, we get really fucked up. And I totally forgot the next day was IVs. So like I'm so dehydrated. No one can find a vein on me. And like my buddy that's sticking me just like turned me into a pincushion. I'm fucking miserable. Right. So he finally gets me, and I take a whole bag like that. And then I'm like, hey, I look at the instructor. I'm like, can I get another one? And he's like, you probably need it. So I take the second bag. I look at my, the dude that I'm supposed to stick now, hit it first shot. I just fucking walked out of class, and I'm like, bro. And B comes out, and we're like, we're in uniform. And dude, she made a uniform look good, dude, which is difficult, right? And she's like, hey, do you want to go get dinner? And I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, right? So again, she's like gorgeous, dude. Like I said, fitness instructor. We start making out. Get back to the apartment, just laid there like a dead fish. Didn't move. Right. And I'm like you, man. I built this thing up in my head, and I get there and I'm just like, oh my God, dude. So like I did Josh Hartnett from 40 Days and 40 Nights, where I pretended to nut. You know? Right? It wasn't quite like his, where he's like, right? But I was just like, and she's like, oh yeah. And I was just sitting there like, holy shit, dude. And so like I go take the rubber off, just fucking dump it in the trash. And I'm like, hey, like, you want anything? She's asleep. Right?
Oh wow, so deep.
It's so deep. Put her ass to sleep. Right? And I was like, oh fuck, she's gonna sleep here. So like I was like, well, it's my bed, I'm going to sleep too. And I woke up the next morning, she's like making breakfast in my apartment, which for whatever reason it kind of bothered me,
as it should.
Yeah. And she's like, you want eggs? And I'm like, yeah, like I'll take eggs. And she's like, I had a lot of fun last night. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and dude, we went back to work on Monday, and one of her friends, female,
what did we say?
It's a state of mind. It doesn't have a gender, right? So I go back to work, and her friend, Jason, comes up to me and was like, dude, you knocked the bottom out, man. She can't stop talking about it. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck? I was like, I had to go talk to somebody, right? So I go to my buddy
and see you in the chaplain.
Yeah, that's what I should have done. But I went to my buddy, and I'm like, dude, she just laid there. She didn't like barely moan. And then she said, like, I like rocked the world. And he was just like, bruh, that fucking rocks, dude. I'm just like, that doesn't rock.
Dude. I'm not for it. I'm
Right.
not for it.
No. And the thing is like, I'm trying to extricate myself from this entire thing, right? I'm just like, this is not boring sex. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. And dude, she just would blow my fucking phone up. Like, when are you coming? When can I come over again? Da, 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 da. And I'm just like, I think I had the flu for like 3 weeks at one point just to get her to stay away, you know? And then what
That's
really
why. Mac, that's why.
Because I nut quick.
That's why they don't call me.
Yep. And at that point, I'm like waiting to go to the unit. I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I called my branch manager up. I switched my primary MOS back to 11 series. And I'm like, can I just go back to the 82nd? And he was like, oh, yeah, there's openings. So like, I literally just, fuck no, I was not going to
the DMZ. I'm just going to put me in the DMZ, dude. I'm good.
Bro, no. See, at that point, I was like a soft socialist. I would have hated Korea so much, I would have walked across that fucking DMZ just to go to North Korea. That place, like some people love it because you get to hang out in Seoul and there's like all these other places. But like again, you spend months in the field. You are constantly doing maintenance on vehicles. Like I don't want to fucking do that, man. And on top of that, because so many American soldiers fucking have just treated Koreans like shit, you're not very well liked in town. You know?
I heard Hawaii's like that too.
Well, yes. The issue with Hawaii is that around Schofield Barracks, the main army post, it's kind of been gentrified quite a bit by like Haole, you know, like and the native Hawaiians fucking hate that shit. Like they'll deal with soldiers. A lot of Hawaiians are in the military, right? They can put up with a lot of shit. They've been doing it since fucking, you know,
ever.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, what they won't put up with is like outright disrespect, and soldiers, sailors, Marines, you know, they got them all in Hawaii. You know, they are very disrespectful. And when I mean that, it's not like to the people, like a single person. It's like they're not respectful to like native Hawaiian, like spiritual sites, or, you know, their culture or the food or any of that shit. Right. You know, when you get fucking white dudes from Nebraska, you know what they don't want to eat? Like luau food. And it's like, dude, one, that shit rocks. And two, no, you're not going to get a fucking like meatloaf at a restaurant in Hawaii. You know, like
that's so gross.
It is. It's fucking disgusting.
It's so
you know,
thing to want.
But you know, it's just it's just bad, man. Like we have 800 bases in over 100 countries, and we just managed to piss off everybody. And some of these countries beg for the U.S. to put bases down because soldiers spend money. They spend money. You know, it becomes an economic hub for the fucking country. But then you have assholes that are just like, you know, horrible. Like the one post I wanted to go to so bad was Vicenza in Italy. Airborne unit in Italy. I'm 2 hours away from everything I want to go fucking hang out in. Right. I'm a 3-hour flight into North Africa. You know, I'm going to travel. I'm going to have free time. It's going to be awesome. And my one buddy had just come back. He's like, bro, the Italians fucking hate us. Ooh. And I was just sitting there like, oh God, why? And he's like, well, one, there's not enough room on post. So NCOs got to live off post. NCOs get basic allowance for housing, right? We've literally priced the Italians out of any home near the base.
Oh.
Because they raise the rent to essentially match the BEH that we get. Right? So then you have like, what do a lot of young soldiers like to do? They're in a European country. It's legal for them to drink. Well, 18, 19-year-old kid who's drunk, you know, they started hooking up with, you know, 17, 18-year-old girls and impregnating them, and then having nothing to do with the, you know, with the kids of that union. You know, like it's so bad. Like, it's like we get out, we send our service members to these posts where you can like enjoy life and not just like get shot at and possibly die, you know, in a war zone. And then we just treat the place like an open air toilet. It's so fucking bad, man.
Well, let me know when you get to the point where they talk about that in How to Hide an Empire.
I finished the book, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't talk about that motherfucker.
Fucking
he talks about that, about how there's
yes,
prostitution and crime next to all these I mean, you live in Fayetteville.
Yeah.
I want you to see this before we go.
Okay, let's go. Oh, another one.
I'm sorry.
Let's do it.
Emu clowning. We got the Dark Lord of Dubai's. Rest in peace, Kobe. These are what you wear to.
The same one, right?
Yeah, it's the same one.
Okay, hold on. Sorry.
Rest in peace, Kobe.
Rest in peace, Kobe. Hold on.
So
fucked up. I fucked up here. This is the one I wanted to get you.
R.I.P. Kobe.
The Dark Lord of Dubai. If you've ever been on Temu, they do have some insane shit. Have you ever bought anything from Temu, Mac?
Fuck no. I branched out and bought like a dresser off of the TikTok shop, and it was the best investment I've made. It was only like 30 something bucks, but it's perfect for like my life. Temu, I don't know. That might be a bridge too far.
Can I show you what I got on Temu?
Sure. I hope it's like a thong or something, guys. What do you think it is? It's like a bedazzled banana hammock. It's gonna be hilarious.
I keep this in the living room, and it's on the table next to the coffee mugs that people that aren't going to stay in my house can use.
Assless chaps.
All chaps are assless. Okay, that's the design. They go over your jeans.
His dildo in the ear. Sean Moon, no, it wasn't Land Nav. I blew up my knee in Robin Sage, and that was all she wrote, man.
This is from the movie Hellraiser. This is the box that brings the Hellraiser.
Oh, well, did it bring Hellraiser?
Is that what you want to call her? No, but I like it. And it's also one of those things that if someone sees it and they know what it is, then I get a mild erection.
Oh.
So if a young lady goes, "Oh, is that the box from Hellraiser?" It's like
Jason turns into a Damien right there.
Why, yes, it is. Yes, it is the box from Hellraiser.
Speaking of box,
let's say we solve the puzzle. Okay, if you're still watching, if you went to a dude's house and it was just really clean and he had all the coffee that supplies,
all the raisins you could want,
all the raisins, different kinds of breads, but you saw this at the table, would this be the dryer outer? Would this be like, oh, is this the equivalent of the Poly Girl neon sign in the living room?
Or better yet, the Poly Girl poster in the living room.
Just taped. Not even framed. I need, you know what I really want? I do have things in the, if you saw the house, it looks like a normal place. It doesn't look like an incel lives here. But I do want to add a poster thing. Oh, the Colt says this is the ick razor. Yeah, is this a ick razors? Because you know how there's have you seen that guy? Have you seen that guy's page where he has a list of everything women say that they hate about men? And he's got like 400 things, and it's shit like using your cell phone, using a map. It's the silliest shit. You're like, really? But is this an ick razor? Or is it quirky?
I mean, I think it depends on the woman. There are probably some women that would go from like moist to dry as a desert when they saw it. But there's probably some other women that would see it and then throw their panties at you. So you just got to find the right one.
Dude, if I knew this many like hot, gothy, horror movie loving metal chicks lived in Mexico, I would have walked here at 17.
Bro,
I didn't know.
I didn't know
gave me
either.
the memo.
Like, I really adore me a nice goth chick, you know? Like,
it's in Mac. Look at my face. Look at my face. It's like they grow them on trees out here.
Oh,
it's insane.
I probably, you know what? I am going to get in trouble when I get down there.
Right?
Not bad trouble.
Next week.
That's you.
Yeah. Jason picks me up. We go out to eat, I disappear and show up like a day later, and I'm just like, oh God.
You're walking like that too. The leg workout was real. Double the nut load. Andrew says, do you play them the Smiths? Yep. What the fuck do you think is going on when you walk in? When you walk in, right? There's really cool lighting there that I can set. And then you have like cool music playing. I probably made some food.
Oh yeah.
And I plate shit. I practice plating shit.
See, you're better than me, man. Like I'll spend like last weekend I spent 18 hours smoking a brisket. It was came out perfect. And I just sliced that bitch up and just was like, you know. And like
new.
Yeah, and like I said, everything on most of the shit I watch on TikTok is just like chefs or like really good home cooks that they're plating, they're adding the drizzle. It looks gorgeous.
Yes.
I'm just I don't have the patience for that shit. It's like I made this, it's going right here in my face hole. Like that's where it's going.
Was shitting on me in the champagne room last night in a friendly way because I was like, I'm a simple guy. Toussaint goes, no, you're not. And then the chat was just like, you're not simple. You label everything. Because like we'll talk on a video call and we're going over show shit or whatever we're talking about. And I'll be like, dude, I need to go eat. She's like, well, just make something in your kitchen. I was like, no, I have to leave because it's going to take me too long if I make it. She goes, no, just make something. I know you have food. Just make something. She'll force me to make something. And she'll see me make a burger and fries. But it is a process.
Yep.
I have to have grilled onions. I have to make a sauce for the burger. I got to make dipping sauce for the fries. And she's like, you're not simple. I was like, no, everybody does this, right? Who doesn't have a dipping sauce for their French fries? Who doesn't theme their hamburger? That's just insane.
Jason puts his burger together before the top bun goes on. Just right.
Right. You never see. Oh, I need to show you a picture of the tacos. I have to have good color. And sometimes, and I'll take it to the terrace, and I'll photograph it so you can see it by the water.
Oh my gosh, guys! Jason's our stoic black leftist that turned into a blonde 17-year-old girl.
I enjoy. I make my own tartar sauce. It's such a giant red flag.
Y'all get down to Mexico to visit Jason. Make sure you ask him, when was this made?
You can see the date. I told you there was a woman that opened the refrigerator and she just started cracking up. She goes, you date? I was like, yeah, I date everything. She was laughing. She's like, why? I was like, what do you mean, why? Now you know that's fresh ass salsa you're eating with those chips. God damn it. Make it every week, Mac.
Jesus Christ.
Every week.
Yeah. I'm going to get down there. I'm going to know what every cupboard's, what's in every cupboard.
You're going to, when you know the cupboard, what's in them, because there's different He-Man figures also hanging from the cupboard, so you know which one is which.
Jason's got like meal prep containers just labeled and dated. Like, I get back from my jaunt and Sarita with my own hamstring pulled. Dehydrated as shit because I spent a day and a half drinking and fucking. I walk in and Jason's just labeling containers. It's like, what? I got a new label maker.
Dude, the woman that comes in with a label maker. Why do birds suddenly appear? Every day. Seriously. I would lose my shit. If I had a label maker, I have my house came with masking tape and I bought a Sharpie. I was like, I'm going to label everything. And I labeled it, so that's going to help me with some Spanish, right? So if you ask where something is, I can actually point to it too. My daughter gets annoyed. She's like, "Where's the?" I was like, "It's labeled."
Just read it.
Just read. You're the only person allowed in the kitchen. Just fucking read. I was telling Ben Burgess, and he had tears coming out of his eyes. There's this person I met, and it's the same person that was causing me to do it for long periods of time, and like it was too long. It's too long. And she looked at me. She goes, "That's fuck on the sink." I was like, "Ooh." I'd have to move some things. I'm very particular.
The sink's not a good place. Like,
Just,
I know, like in a comedic movie where there's a bathroom hookup, the sink comes off. Dude, that will fucking happen.
Do you understand?
It happened in my apartment. One of my buddies was fucking his nightly conquest on the sink, and I just hear a thud and laughing. And I see my carpet getting wet. And I walk out of my room and I open the bathroom door and I was like, "You asshole." And he's sitting there laughing. They're both laughing hysterically. And I'm like, "This is not fucking funny. I'm not going to get my security deposit back, you dickhead." He's like,
See, that's how I am. You're being responsible because you understand. A, I don't want to break anything. And B, I got one of those over the sink dish drying racks. I really like the way it looks. I'm looking at it right now. It's so fucking cool. When you come in the house, you're like, "Oh, that's cool." Right? And then you see this.
And the vagina just dries up if it's the wrong woman.
Once Jason gets a label maker, he's going to start bidding for a barcode printer and scan. I would love that. Hey, can you return that Tupperware? I just did inventory and I realized
I haven't gotten my container back. I sent you out with leftovers and you haven't brought it back. You've been here 3 times since you ate.
Oof. That's a big, yeah.
It's red flag.
Red flag. That's a red. For me, that's a red flag. You didn't bring the container back? Oof. Can't do it.
Yeah. Next time, you're getting a paper plate. That's what you're going to get.
I do have a very small amount of paper plates, but I also have, you're going to love this, Mac, I have to-go coffee cups as well. So when they check out of Hotel Myles.
After having their toes curled at Chateau de Jason.
Because with the cool thing about these lights, you can't really tell right now. I could take these outside, and then the whole terrace is like,
oh man,
bisexual
dude.
Lighting.
How are you not fucking right now? Like,
I'm horrible. I'm not good at talking to women. I sound like Morris Day in Purple Rain. In my house, I have a brass water bed. I'm an Italian cook named Leo Scagacci.
I like to cook.
I'm gonna make you love me.
Oh,
That's why. That's why I'm talking to the wrong fucking people, I guess.
Dude, yeah, just go down to the big tittied goth, club.
They're just too young, dude. Okay. They're too young.
Yeah, I get that. Young. I get that.
If I was a gross man that thought the 20s were like okay, then I'd be in heaven, but I'm not, and I can't. Yeah. The labels all over everything is a little Silence of the Lambs.
I mean, that's the shitty part. Like, I'm like getting out there and trying to date women my own age, right? And so many of them, especially around here, are like jaded from being married to soldiers at one point. and just they got married early, so now they're like sowing their wild oats, and it's just like, no, like I don't, and then the only women that actively come up to me are like 21, 22.
Yeah,
23.
that's
And I'm like, you can barely vote and buy alcohol.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
There's nothing we're gonna do that's gonna be fun, lady.
Yeah. And she's like, well, you don't think sex would be good? I'm like, sex would probably be awesome. But here's the thing. I'm kind of looking for somebody to date, not just fuck.
Yeah.
And the thing of this is we have nothing in common. Nothing. What are we going to do? Like I was like, the one young lady came up and like, we have the Woodpeckers, the single A team for the Astros here in town. I like going to games, right? Get some beer, watch some baseball, leave in the 7th inning because it gets hot as fuck in Fayetteville. Like everybody knows, if you pass through North Carolina come like May, you're literally sweating the minute you wake up and don't stop until you go to sleep, And she's like, oh no, I don't want to. I don't want to sit. I don't want to sit. Oh, what do you want to do?
Yeah. You think I'm gonna take you to the mall?
Yeah. I like go to the mall when my daughter's like, Dad, I want to like hang out with my friends there.
Yeah. Do you want me to hang out with you and your homegirls at the fucking mall?
Yeah. I'm really, really not in the mood to go to Hot Topic with you. Okay. Like
I'm not trying to see Little Xan or whatever rapper. I'm so old. That guy's dead. Like that's how irrelevant I am. Then I'm like this. You ever seen Hellraiser?
It's a cinematic classic.
Like,
do you like film? We talk about...
If I meet somebody, and I don't know if this happens to you, if I meet somebody cool, they have a situation that sucks.
Yeah.
Like they're not all the way out of the marriage and or relationship. And it's just weird.
Yeah. Or it's like they are so like they're super cool, but you can tell they're still like dealing with their shit from their last relationship. And it's like
right. And then or they're free of something, but their kids are like too young for them to,
yeah.
Or they're stuck. Like here's a reality that I'm sure a lot of people might deal with. They're stuck in a situation that they want to get out of, but they can't afford to leave.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, this is all bad, but I can't really afford to leave and yada, yada, yada. So I actually more often than not, I find like those situations. So I don't, I don't have a dating profile, so it's not like anyone's trying to hit me up.
Oh, dude, I'm not doing that shit.
It's gross.
Yeah,
it's gross.
I don't want to be a part of like a meat market where like I'm reduced to a swipe. And let's face it, I know many women are just like, ooh, left. Why
yeah, I don't want to be someone. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, there's nothing going on Friday. I guess I'll fuck this guy I've been kind of talking to. Out of all the other 47 guys I've been kind of talking to.
Yeah,
so, yeah. I'm good, dude. I'm gonna keep this.
You know what, man? You've built the ultimate fuck palace. Now you just have to find the woman to get fucked in it.
There's been some people that there was one. She was nice, very nice. My age, we're the same age, right? Everything's great, but she knew what this was.
And she didn't dry out.
Oh no, it was quite the opposite.
Yeah, she threw her panties at you.
Right.
That's always a win.
Music taste.
Oh, that's always the best.
But again, one of those situations where it's like,
oh, Colt Dog called it. Wear it on your neck when you go out. Just get a big old chain, Jason. Attach it to it.
I wish you guys could see what I see when I go out, especially in the city in which I live. Going to downtown DJ is different, but here is like, oh, It's just couples and shit.
God, gross.
Yeah, it is.
Go down to the goth IHOP and ask them about their older sisters.
You want to hear something really fucked up?
Oh, yeah, of course.
So they don't have Hot Topic here, but there's a store here where we get our band and horror movie shirts. They have every band you could imagine, Mac, and every horror movie you can imagine. And of course, it's affordable. And she doesn't work there anymore for some reason. This adorable little girl that worked there, and she would get real flirty. And I was like, I don't think you know how old I am.
Yeah.
And so I told her how old I was, and she didn't care. And
that's the worst.
She's adorable.
Yeah, that's the worst though. It's like, listen, I probably am old enough to be your father, and they're just like, that's okay. Nope.
Yeah, she's younger than my daughter. So I was like, is your mom hot? Straight face. Is your mom hot? She goes, yes. I was like, no, don't just say that. Like, do you look like your mom or do you look like your dad? Do you walk around and people say, oh, you look like your mom? Or do you walk around and people go, oh, you have your dad's blah, blah, blah? No, my mom is very beautiful. You got any fucking pictures of her? No. Well, I mean, right now it sounds like you're lying. But if your mom's hot, you know, I'm totally down to be a part of your family. If you're hot. Right? She thinks I'm full of shit. We go back like a month later, and same girl helps us, and she's all friendly and stuff. I was like, did you tell your mom? Can't tell your mom to call me. Here's my number. You tell your mom to fucking call me. It took like 4 months, and then finally, she tried to hook me. She's like, I told my mom that you're in a band. I said, Mom, I want a stepdad that's in a band.
Oh, God. Dude, the thing is, you can't follow that up. Because when mom goes to work, you're going to be the intro scene to some of the most popular pornography on the internet. No, I didn't say you would do it, but like they always open up with like the stepdaughter just like sneaking into the stepdad's room, know?
No. I would have been more than happy with fucking mom.
Jason's most psychotic story.
I did. The mom's me and yeah.
She gave you a stepdad application.
Hey, you never know. It's like, hey, you might have a hot fucking mom. What's up?
It's like opening up with, hey, your mom's spry. Your mom got arthritis? No? Bet. Here's my number. Make sure your mom gets it.
How's your mom's hips?
Yeah.
Has any of them been replaced?
Does your mom's knees click when she gets up?
How's her osteoporosis?
Musician stepdad teaches daughter how to play a rusty
Oh my
drum.
God. That is not cool. In my mind, I'm thinking Brady Bunch. You people are Pornhub has ruined you guys.
It's rotted our brain.
Like literally all I think about is like the combining of families and like, oh, wouldn't that be funny? We have a big Christmas photo. Like, you guys are just the gutter is just so
Bro, I don't know if you know this, but North Carolina is one of the states that has blocked or like Pornhub's pulled out because of right? Because of the like the law. And I got it like it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. I just got off work, right? So I'm like sitting in this chair. I'm just like, fuck, long night, man. And like my phone just starts pinging. And it's my buddy Andy. He's like, bro, they took down Pornhub. I was like, what? He's like, it doesn't work.
Did he feel like his dick was hostage? Did he feel like his dick was hostage? What am I gonna do? I got an hour to deliver the fucking money. I'm never gonna goon again. I'm never gonna goon again.
Oh my god. Dude, Colt, this Annie's deranged. Like, he's done so many drugs. He's like, he's a great dude. He's just fucking weird.
Dude's texting you when he's about to jerk off.
Well, when something happens to him, he has to tell somebody. So like, he'll just be like, "Yo, guys, got a great panini," and we're just like, you know, like, and it's like usually like at odd times, like early in the morning. He works like like remote IT gig, Jason. So like he works these weird hours and he's like asleep, and then he's a night owl. But like we'll like get up to text like, "Bros, I just ate 12 tacos from Taco Bell. I'm gonna shit my brains out." And we're just like, "Thanks, Andy."
Thanks.
Like, why are you sharing this with me at 4:30 in the morning?
Oh,
and then he gets accusatory, like, "Why are you awake answering my text at 4:30 in the morning?" And it's just like, okay, asshole, you woke me up.
I got one of those calls because someone was like, "Well, at 5, I got to say from who?" And they're like, "Well, I saw your activity on Instagram. I figured you were awake."
It's that woman that wants to fuck on the sink.
the really upset about that. I was like, "Hey, you haven't noticed that everything here is kind of neat?" No.
This is where I wash my hands after going number 2, and you want to put your butt in it.
Like, ma'am, that just seems dangerous.
Yes. 1, I'm worried about my hips. Might throw something out of whack if I'm on my tippy toes too long. You start banging around the sink. You're just like, all right, we're gonna do this. Like, you gotta like kind of get on your toes a little bit. You just start going down. You're like, yeah, and then like your calf cramps because you're like on your toes too much.
Oh. Everything about it was just like not cool. She goes, "Let's go outside." I was like, "Outside?" You know, the terrace.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, no.
Jason, she just wants her titties in the wind while you hit it from the back.
That probably would have been real fucking cool to see. I don't know if I sent you a picture of this person. That being said, there's too much going on, man. There's horses walking around. I can't just...
The pack of dogs.
Yeah, I can't. The horses saw me today and they kind of looked at me side eye like, "Here you go, Mr. Raisin, man." Yeah, Hunter, go outside, get stung by a squirrel. Like, there's everything bad that you would think would happen in that situation in my mind is playing out as she's trying to say it, and nothing she's saying is sounding sexy.
Yeah. You know, can you imagine like you just like, okay, we're gonna do this, and she's got like her hands on the barrister, and you're going to town, and like you look up and there's just like 12 dogs just sitting and watching.
Yeah, just the dogs or just like,
yeah.
Oh, look, it's Mr. I don't have any spare food.
Got enough spare food to bring a woman over.
Like, nah, just wasn't in the... I think so pragmatically now because I'm afraid of injury. If she would have asked me that question 8 years ago, oh yeah, definitely. I would have been down to pull every muscle, everything. I would have fucked on the sink, on the water thing in front of me. Oh yeah, definitely. I would have fucked in front of the neighbors like it was a show. I would have tried to do everything. Now I'm like, I just went to the neighborhood mixer.
like for me, it's my back is like held together with duct tape and a prayer. So like when they're like, let's have shower sex, I'm like, that sounds horrible.
That sounds like no one's having fun. Come on. Come on.
I don't want to do it. Yeah.
We're adults here. We're better than that.
It's like it's not like the movies, lady. All right. There's no actual penetration in those movies. I gotta like angle up.
Yeah, and it's slippery. No. I got glass doors too, bro. Oof. Imagine those breaking.
Are you falling through the goddamn thing? No.
Oh, the mess. Oh. If I had girls, I'd double clutch them.
This has been our geriatric fucking segment.
I have a cool if you saw the bathroom, you might get a half a chub and be like, dude, I'd fuck somebody in that bathroom.
I mean, yeah, but you know what I'm probably gonna do? Like a lot of fondling, making out, and be like, let's take this to the bedroom because you know what?
It's safe.
Yeah, and you know what I like? A little bit of padding on my spinal cord. That is just bad.
And the guest bed, by the way, filled with pillows.
Oh,
right? Oh yeah.
You gotta have pillows. I've learned a few tricks in my day, and getting a pillow under the small of the back.
Right? And I always keep it laundered, like fresh sheets. So it's not like you're gonna go on there like, oh, is this somebody else nut on this? Nope. If they did, it's clean now.
Like I go into the spare room, I'm just like, did Ben Burgess fuck like a
I never want anyone to think that they're gonna fuck on fucked sheets. No.
That's a great host. That's what that is. That is a great host and an amazing friend.
If you came here and you were like, dude, I totally met this woman, and is it weird? I'm like, no, Mac, it's not weird at all. Not at all. The sheets are clean, brother. I'll have coffee for the both of you in the morning.
See the lighting? Do you see this lighting?
Right. And I'm like, and Mac, reminder, she's using the guest cups.
Oh my god, dude! I walk her out to the door, and I get back. You already have like turn down service. There's a mint. What the fuck?
Yeah, she's got her towels labeled and everything. Here you go. I don't have a toothbrush. What was that? Shampoo? No problem. And conditioner? We got you covered. Tomorrow at the Myles B&B, we're gonna have waffles, guys. Right? That's a good friend. A good friend is like, hey man, no problem. Go to town. Go to Pound Town, and there'll be waffles and coffee and juice. We can eat on the terrace.
And Max struggling to walk because I did pull the hammy.
Max got the cowboy walk. Yeah. He's out there walking like RoboCop.
I got my Mac, you look like your back sore. It is. Here's an ice pack. Oh.
I do have it. I do. I have the massage gun.
Oh my god.
Right? You come to the house. You're good.
Oh. Zach Schwig, yo, what the fuck? Everybody go to bed. Oh my god.
I got on air today and I was like, no, we'll do like an hour.
That's what I was thinking. Like we get in the draft, we talk shit about JJ McCarthy, and then we call it a night, and here we go. I
looked at 2 hours in. I'm like, okay, 2 hours in, we should call it a night. 3 hours in, I'm like, okay, 3 hours in, let's call it a night. That was an hour ago.
Yeah,
It was an hour and 5 minutes ago.
I mean, the thing is, once we start getting in on Sam Darnold, like I just feel reinvigorated. You know,
There's something about talking about that horrible white man's forehead.
Mhm.
Even though I'm rooting for Sam, if by chance you've come across this somehow, no shade, as you young people say, or cap, is it? No cap. No cap, Sam. I want you to break every passing record in Minnesota Vikings history. Just so I can look at Mac and say, USC, bitch.
And Sam, if you are watching this, when you fall on your face and have to crawl back to your flat ass wife
Jesus Christ.
and have to tell her, yes, baby, I got cut again.
Damn.
I'll be here to tell Jason it's pack 2.
So, Sam, you see, one of us is on your side, and it happens to be a black man. Think about that next time.
That upsets him so much. That upsets him so much right now. He's in his bed right now. Jason's just like, there's a black man hoping I succeed. I cannot have that. I will fail on purpose.
What they say in Star Wars, I awoke and heard the sound of 1,000 N-words screaming.
He's got to get on the phone with his clan sponsor.
His clan sponsor. Now, Sam.
Remember, what do we say when black people say nice things about us? The N-word? Mm-hmm.
Racist. N-words they are. God fucking damn. Sam Darnold's got a clan sponsor. What do we say? The N-word? There you go, boy.
Attaboy, don't you forget that. Now.
You go on now and throw the ball to those fast monkeys.
You tell them to turn that fucking music down in the locker room, all right?
You know someone said that to me in Columbus, Ohio?
What?
In Columbus, Ohio, the town everybody says is going to be so liberal. There was a game on, a Ohio State game on, or it was highlights of a game, and I was standing next to this guy. It was after we played. We're pretty much getting ready to leave, and he just yelled out, "Man, look at that monkey run!" It's like, wow, right in front of me and everything. Okay.
I mean, when people say Columbus is liberal, I'm like, do you not know where Columbus is the capital of?
I didn't go back for 2 years, and then we went back and had a ball, but we played closer to the college when we went back. But yeah, that was not my first impression of Ohio, because there's other cities we played and didn't have anything like that at all. But everyone had hyped up Columbus as this like great bastion of like liberal joy. Yeah, people usually say it's like, oh yeah, this place is so cool, it's just like San Francisco. I'm like, you say that because there's gay people there, and you think that I don't know what you think San Francisco is.
Yeah, I mean, and like people like they get this idea of cities from people who have never been to those cities. You know, like I read about it, and a friend of a friend told me it was great, and they went there for a weekend.
I saw the Harvey Milk movie.
Yeah, you know, it's just,
like I know all about San Francisco. Like, dude,
yeah,
it's not humid in San Francisco. So we got that right there. This is not like where I'm from at all. At all. There's nothing here that's going to remind me of where I'm from. I get it. There's an Urban Outfitters here. I get it. But that doesn't mean it's just like San Francisco. Like, stop.
Yeah, for real, dude. Like, I mean, like, I love Cleveland. I love 60% of Columbus and like 30% of Cincinnati. I'll take things John Gruden would say behind closed door for 800. No, listen, John Gruden would say it behind closed doors, but he's definitely putting in an email and putting reply to all. Okay. Like,
I used to see John Gruden all the time at Stone Ridge Mall in Pleasanton. all the time. When he was with the Raiders, he would just walk around. I'd see him at the Macy's.
Did
He's
he
not
wear a
very big
visor
man.
at all times?
Yep. He
Oh,
had
what a
he had the polo shirt,
fucking nerd.
khakis, the This is when he first got to Oakland. So what year was that? 98, 99?
Yeah, 98 or 99. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All the time. Real friendly little fella.
Well,
we were looking at, this to tell you about my fucking taste. We were both looking at the same pile of like polo shirts. And I look up and I'm like, oh shit. I was like, oh shit. And he's like, and he made that face, that fucking Chucky face. And I was like, oh damn. I didn't want to say I'm a Bronco fan. I hate your face. But I thought
you should have. I mean, let's face it. Gruden's racially offensive grinders.
Stone Ridge Mall in Pleasanton sounds 100% made up place. Look it up. It is a real place. Pleasanton, California. Stone Ridge Mall. It's a place. If you think I'm lying, I'm dying.
You were thinking I hate your face, and in his head, he's saying the N-word.
Yeah. Wait. Okay, we're gonna leave. Okay. There's this video. What's that white lady's name that people really loved and now they don't give a shit about her? Chelsea Handler. Chelsea.
Oh my God. Don't say white people. Say black men.
Whoa.
Black men.
Did you watch
Chelsea
the thing?
Handler?
I don't. But did you watch the thing?
Jason, how many famous black dudes was she like filmed with, or like, the tabloids catch her with? Like, she was fucking 50 Cent for like 3 years, dude.
No shit.
Yes.
I never found her like entertaining, but she apparently, did you watch her little documentary thing?
Absolutely not.
I watched her little documentary thing where she goes back to where she's from. I forget where she's from. And she dated a black dude in high school. And it was one of those like love of her life things. And she wanted to like rekindle shit. And of course, he had like a fucked up life and all that other shit. And so anyway, Chelsea Handler's having one of these like, I don't know, red table talk things where they're like, what if we got a bunch of actresses and put them in a room together? So it's her, Jennifer Garner, Regina King. Do you know who Regina King is?
Oh, I love Regina King.
Okay. Jennifer Garner looks at Regina King and her eyes are calling her a nigger. Hard R.
Jennifer Garner?
Jennifer Garner.
Jennifer Garner. Oh.
You have to see this. Jennifer Garner, if you're watching for whatever reason, send me a message and explain to me what was going through your mind when Regina King was telling you what she's from LA. Because you look like Sam Darnold.
Jennifer Garner. Sam Darnold with tits.
Dude. It's so bad, dude.
That hurts because when she was on Alias, like I go 6 to midnight watching that show. Just
hey, Jennifer Garner, attractive woman. I get it.
Well, there's a big mark against her, and that she fucked Ben Affleck for a long time.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Dude, I will never tread where his penis has been.
Why? You wouldn't smash J-Lo?
No, because that seems like the sex might be good, but the shit you got to deal with the next day would be awful.
She does seem like she's a bit of a drama queen.
Yeah. And
the whole thing about coming out that no one cares about, that she didn't sing that album. Those are other people.
Yeah. I mean, I am not in the mood to deal with high maintenance vagina. And she looks like she's like super high maintenance, man. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, you can remind her, you like, look, you always want to talk about your Jenny from the block. Like, look, we back on the block here in Rosarito. Check it. This dirt road, ghetto ass horses side eyeing me.
Dogs,
wild dogs,
just wanting to watch me fuck or get free food. You know?
And you finna eat these raisins, J-Lo. I'm finna hear shit about you talking about you put there's raisins in the salad. Shut the fuck up, goddammit.
Listen, I'm not racist against Bostonians. I'm racist against Ben Affleck.
We're not against rap. But we are against those rappers. It's the thuggish, ruggish Mac.
Oh my gosh, is this it? Is this the clip?
Okay. Check it.
Let's talk about our families maybe first, where we came from, where our parents came from. Why don't you start, Regina?
I grew up here in LA, born and bred. One of the few people that are born and bred in LA. So that's, I think, a very cool thing, and I kind of wear it on my chest very proudly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see her face? Oh, you're one of those LA Negroes, huh? Watch this. Watch this. Watch this.
So many people say, oh, LA is this and LA is that. And I'm like, well, no, you're not from LA, so you don't really know it.
But do you know where your ancestors are from?
Oh, Jason.
And if you know where they're from, can you go back?
Oh, Jennifer Garner. You probably have the same clan sponsor as Sam Darnold.
Zach Smith says, yo! Hunter says, holy shit.
What? Oh, wow. I'm going to say you underplayed the look. Because that wasn't just like hard R. That was like, oh, she's, you know?
That was go all the way the fuck back to Africa. Don't even take a boat. I want you to fucking take the first thing smoking and get the fuck back. You, them braids, these collard greens, take all that shit back to fucking Africa.
These stringed music instruments, you take those too.
Take all it. I don't want to hear no hippity hop. I don't want to see Lizzo big ass. You take all that shit with you back to fuck to Africa.
Oh, and then you followed up with, but do you know where your ancestors are from?
Do you know where your ancestors are from? Racist Yoda.
Oh my God, that was horrible.
Right?
Like, if I'm the producer and I'm sitting there with the film editor and I see that shit, I'm immediately on the phone with like, we cannot run any of it.
This leaked footage is like the Zapruder film right now.
We're getting to see who Jennifer Garner really is. Just Sam Darnold with boobs. That's all she is.
These are the things you guys need to tweet out. Jennifer Garner is just Sam Darnold with boobs.
Mm-hmm.
Tweet out at least 7 of the Sam Darnold insults.
Oh, definitely.
What else do they have to tweet out? Oh, you're either a Harold. You're either Damien, Harold, or Rufus.
Or Rufus.
That's it. Jen, you're too much of a risk. First of all, it's like, I gotta go. Dude, in the Mac, it's fucking 1:30 where you are.
Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
Don't be, because this was one, my face hurts from laughing. So that's fucking phenomenal. And I got to rip into Sam Darnold some more, which is one of my favorite things to do now.
It is.
And I got to learn the truth about who Jennifer Garner really is. Not a talented actress.
I mean, she can be
talented.
But
an inveterate racist.
She doesn't like black people.
No.
Who's the other one? Jessica Biel. My friend was in a movie with Jessica Biel.
I could see that. I'm not gonna lie. I can see that.
He was in a movie where she's like a yoga instructor that like gets revenge. I'm
gonna tell you right now, the last movie I watched with Jessica Biel in it was called London, and it had Chris Evans in it and like a bunch of other like famous people. It was an indie film, but like almost the entire movie is Chris Evans pining for London, who is Jessica Biel. And he's just doing drugs and drinking in the bathroom at this penthouse party. And it's only like an hour and a half, but it's fucking so good. I love it.
Is it a new movie?
No, it's been out for like 15 years, man.
Oh no, I never seen it. This movie came out. When did my buddy do that? Probably 2015, 16. His name is Eddie Gathegi. He was on House,
which is one of my favorite shows. I loved House.
So you know him. He was the black guy that isn't
Omar Epps.
Omar Epps, thank you. But yeah, he did a movie with Jessica Biel. I get those two confused.
Jessica Biel looks like she gives very unenthusiastic hand jobs.
Oof, she does look like that. Oh,
right.
I don't care what anyone says. She looks like that.
Yeah, like she just.
I could be wrong.
Justin Timberlake's like, "Hey Jessica, you want to have sex, intercourse?" And she's just like, "Ugh."
Fine, Harold.
Here.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And she's like, "Here, Justin, I'm tired, and I'll just jerk you off." And she just stares at him, just.
Ooh, that's words.
Right.
Looking into your soul. Oh.
And it's just like there's barely any movement in the wrist, so it's just
Justin.
Yeah.
It's just
it's like
going to town on her dry fucking palm.
Oh yeah, she has not got into her skin routine yet. So
that's even worse, Justin. Oh, she's just in the garden.
Oh yeah,
dirt rocks all on your. It's hard being a famous white guy, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
Sam Darnold's got an assless wife. Justin Timberlake's getting
unenthusiastic handsies,
unenthusiastic, rough-handed hand jobs. Jennifer Garner's just a racist.
Jesus Christ, is she a racist? Holy fuck, that's awful. Like that look was just like,
bitch, why are you? Who let the help speak?
Yeah. Excuse me, I thought she worked here.
She had no idea who Regina King was. She's like, I don't know what the DEI shit is doing for this show, but just because somebody was in Black Dynamite doesn't mean they need to be.
The thing is, like, Chelsea Handler and Jennifer Garner are friends, and whenever they're together, Jennifer like looks over her shoulder. Have you found a white guy yet?
Why didn't you call back Brad? I told you I'm with 50. I know. I thought it was just a shtick, Chelsea. Really?
Yeah, I thought it was a gag on your show.
No, I'm gag on this guy.
Gagging on that dick. Oh my god. And yeah, but dude, that was the thing. Like when she had her own like show, like she always just talked about like the black dude she hooked up with, and she always made jokes like, being Jewish, like my parents were always like, don't hook up with a Puerto Rican, but like I bring a black dude home that my parents were like, that's great. She just was like, I think it came out when I was like 18 or 19, dude, but like I had a thing for like older white chicks with like big tits, and her tits are huge. Right. And I tried liking Chelsea Handler, but I'm like, she's not funny. Like she's kind of a butterface,
Whoa. Whoa.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, ma'am. The show is officially gone. It was in the 4.5 hour. And that is when it totally imploded and went to cancel town.
I mean, the thing is, it's like, am I wrong though? And if me saying Chelsea Handler is not attractive in La Face, and that's what does it for us, they missed a lot. Okay, they missed a lot. Unless there's a huge pro Chelsea Handler army that I don't know about, which there very well may be. I don't fucking know.
I don't get it, dude. But you know what's funny? I say all this fucking shit and let's watch. I'm gonna like go out Sunday and Chelsea Handler's gonna be like just in Rosarito for no reason whatsoever, and she's gonna come to me with that raspy ass voice. Hey, you visit? You live here? Yes, Chelsea Handler, I live here. You live around here? Yes, Chelsea Handler, we can have intercourse.
Chelsea, you need the bottom knocked out of that vagina.
But first, is this a turn on?
threw out, is she Norman Finkel?
Yeah, everybody's making these jokes like you guys are still on. Do you understand? I can see the viewer numbers for all the platforms. You know, it's like doubled since we started, right? What do you think we're still on for?
The thing is, my luck is so bad. She'd be like on a tour bus that broke down in Fayetteville, and I'd bump into her, and she's like, "You're that fuck that was making fun of me. Someone sent me a clip," and I'm just like, "Oh god."
Like, oh god. Look here, Chelsea Handler. I have no problem with you. Just can you not smoke cigarettes while we're doing it?
Yeah, can you please just? And I hand her like a pillowcase. Just wear it.
She seems the type of person that would ask you if she could smoke in your house and then smoke in your house.
Oh, dude, yeah.
After you say like, please don't.
Or like after the sex, like she goes over to your like little liquor stash and pours herself a drink, and it's like, did you buy that?
Oh, that would be so rude. So rude.
Yeah, like, or she makes one for her, but not for me. Okay.
Ooh, Chelsea
Okay.
Handler does seem like that kind of woman.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
There was a Chelsea Handler woman here a couple years ago. That was a wild. That was the most. That's when Ben Burgess was still living over here, and she made me bring Ben Burgess over the house. Not for like some weird double up thing.
You Eiffel Towered this girl, didn't you?
No, not at all. No, Ben knocked on the door as I was.
Oh, in mid coitus.
In my mind, this is how I thought I sounded. Hold on, it'll be a minute. This is what Ben said I sounded like.
Oh man.
He never lets me forget that.
Oh, I wouldn't.
Oh, it was that person was insane. She was insane. She was fucked up. Like she was fucked up, and she was like, I think she was doing blow in the bathroom, and she'd come back and just drink more, tell insane ass stories, and it was a wild night of. Oh, I'm not gonna get into it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had some dalliances with women like that.
Ben, aren't you pulling your hair?
You know what? Chelsea Handler may not be good looking in the face, but she looks like she's gonna give you a pulled hammy just from coming. Like she looks
she's
like
gonna throw it back at you. She's gonna throw it back at you.
Yeah.
And will you be ready for the throwback? Is the question.
Or like your thighs are gonna be a little bit bruised.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm not ready. I'm old. And I might need a game plan like the basketball coaches, and they get there with the whiteboard.
Mm-hmm. All right, start missionary, get up, flip her around, hit it from the back. But I got to be prepared. Is she going to throw it back? Maybe.
Like, are you going to throw it back? If so, let me know. I'll jump down. We'll prop you up a little bit on phone books. We're not going to do anything from the side. You know what? Because I nut quick from the side. So nothing from the side.
Zach said, I am going to break your dick off. Chelsea Handler is the type of woman that walks into the room and says, I'm going to get that dick.
Oh, yeah. She says it, and then she gets it, and you know why she got it, and the next day your house smells like cigarettes. There's streaks on your toilet bowl.
You knocked something loose.
Yeah. Like, God damn, Chelsea, what did you eat? What did I eat? Ate them goddamn nachos and enchiladas. Chelsea Handler is gonna fart hella loud and then stare at you and see if you got a motherfucking problem with it. Hot ass nacho fart. Like, damn, Chelsea. Damn, Chelsea, what? I threw it back on your ass, didn't I?
You nut. Chelsea Handler goes, you didn't fuck me. I fucked you.
Yeah. You sitting there kind of bewildered and confused because like, I kind of want to call my mom, but I don't know if I can keep doing this.
Post nut clarity with Chelsea Handler is life changing. I feel dirty, but say it all at the same time.
Like, I had no intentions on letting you use the good mugs, but here we are.
She's drinking like her vodka, smoking a Pall Mall.
You know it's worse, Mac. Mac, you know it's worse. You know it's worse. You fucking come over and you try to grab a mug. I'm like, hey, that's Chelsea.
Still has like her lipstick on it.
I'm just smelling like, dude, it smells like a drunk middle school teacher. Put it down. Fuck is wrong?
Just occasionally see you pull a pair of panties out of your pocket. Put them back in. You're like, Mac, I fucked Chelsea Handler. I'm like, no way. And you're like, pull up your phone. Look, she's calling right now. You put her on speaker. She's like, I want my fucking panties back, Jason.
You fucking weirdo.
Cult dog. Mom, this lady won't leave. She gets ready to stay the night again, and you're too scared to tell her no.
Look, there's part of me that kind of wants this to happen. Right? They've been filming something down the street.
Oh,
they film, you know what reality show they film here? No bullshit.
Mm-mm.
That dumb shit where the kids fuck the moms. That didn't sound right.
So Zach Wilson?
The show, it's called like MILF Palace or something.
Oh, wow.
You know what show I'm talking about?
I've heard about it.
They filmed that here. And they've been filming something down the street. So let's just say that Chelsea Handler's filming some weird shit. And I go to the cafe that I haven't been to in hella long. And I'm like, hey, hi, how are you? What are you doing here? Oh, are you visiting? Flirting. Next thing you know, that's that booty meat.
That's right. Taking it to Pound Town. She got them hands on the knees.
Mac, that's her throwing it back.
You're just holding on for dear life.
I'm just holding on, trying to fucking catch it. I'm holding on to the fucking headboard like, whoa.
Oh.
The town, my P.O. box is in the States. My P.O. box is in San Isidro, California. But I live in Rosarito. They go get my mail every day.
MILF Manor. That's the name of that song. This is that show.
That show, yeah. I'm not trying to be funny. They really film that shit down here.
Like, it's probably horrible. Like, just horrible.
It's stupid. It's fucking stupid. But
I'm really curious as if is Zach Wilson a cast member?
The kids are young. They're like barely 18.
Oh,
it's
that
young dudes. It's young dudes.
Older women.
And their moms. So imagine like 10 dudes and then 10 moms. And they don't know. The moms are like, I don't mind dating a young guy. And they don't know their sons are there.
Oh, yeah. This is a train wreck.
That's stupid. Yeah, dude.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to get high and watch it.
If I could find out where they shoot it, if they're shooting another season, I don't know what they're shooting, but there's something down the street, and I haven't really been hanging out on my side of the boulevard. But It's stupid. I'm excited for next season.
Maybe.
Jason. I mean, I'm excited if one of the MILFs just walking around kicking rocks on the beach or some shit. Like, I don't really want to fuck a kid. It's like, well, I'm a grown man and I only want to do it once. Does this dry you out?
No, it's on your chain at that point, remember?
It's just dangling. Hey, you wouldn't be from MILF Manor, would you? It's fucking, yeah, Strom. It is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. The whole premise of it is like, there's so many beautiful places here. And you know, they shoot it in like the most beautiful fucking castle.
Of course. Yeah.
Around. And that's what you want to do in this fucking area? That's what you want to do with television? All right.
Oh, dude,
I'm too old for this shit.
Why do you think Hollywood and like all the tech companies are leaning into AI? They realize we don't really need much of a plot, and these writers we have to pay, but we can just plug into AI. What kind of trashy reality show can we get? And AI spits out.
AI says, "Well, AI goes, are you sitting down?" Because I got a doozy. That's what AI says.
After his playing career, Sam Darnold should be on Ghost Hunters on Discovery. Listen, Sam Darnold's only interested in one type of.
He's going coon hunting. That's the only thing he's doing. Coon and poon hunting. That's the only two things Sam Darnold's hunting. The only thing that he's
gonna go to the car dealership where he's eventually gonna work.
Oof.
And he's just gonna sit down in the manager's office and be like, "Bill, I'm really tired of my wife's thin ass. It's just non-existent. I can't deal with it anymore. What should I do?" Sam, what I need you to do is go out and sell that car. After you sell that car, well, I'll introduce you to some nice ladies with backsides. And the ladies he shows him barely have anything more than his wife.
Yeah. And he's just like, wow, what are these J-Lo models? Mm-hmm. They're sorority girls.
See, Sam, you sell enough cars. We'll get you in here.
Poor
have
Sam
all the
Darnold.
big bottoms. All the big bottoms you want, Sam.
God. Sam Darnold. Look, man, again, I want you to have a great season in Minneapolis. And I want you to break every passing record that the Vikings have. Lead them to the playoffs. And you show them that if they trade up for J.J. McCarthy, he will stay on the bench. Do them like Cam Newton said he was going to do Jimmy Clausen.
Well, Sam, I already know what's going to happen when J.J. McCarthy gets to camp with you. You're going to realize that you both have similar interests and decide to go to the front office and say, no stereos in the locker room. That's what you're
This black guy's music is just so loud.
I can't study my playbook, Justin Jefferson. Will you please turn the music down? You just see Jefferson over on the other side.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, damn, we thought Kirk Cousins was bad, but jeez, Sam Darnold came in here like fucking the guy from Caddyshack. I'm all right.
Somebody put Kenny Loggins on right now.
We need to loosen up Darnold.
Jake,
What's his name? Ted what? What's his name? The guy from Caddyshack, the old man that was on that show, dude. Too Close for Comfort.
I can't even remember, but I know exactly who you're talking about.
That's Sam Darnold. People always talk about their fucking spirit animal. That's who Sam Darnold is inside. He is the character from Caddyshack. Yeah.
I was gonna say Sam Darnold's spirit animal or spirit guide, so to speak, would be Nathan Bedford Forrest.
Whoa, good call. Good call. I can see that. I can see Sam Darnold being one of those guys talking about, you guys got the South all wrong, man.
Listen,
it wasn't about slavery.
It was states' rights, guys. And then you notice he's grown facial hair where the mustache is kind of curled and just like this long thing right here. And you're like,
like a weird Twilight Zone episode. The more he talks about defending states' rights, the more fucking clanny he gets.
He had the stereos taken out of the locker room, so Justin Jefferson took all his mustache wax. Who? Where is it? I have to style this before I go home to Tina. God.
Oh God, is that her name?
I don't know. I just made it.
Her name is totally Tina.
It's gotta be.
What would you do if I just flipped the script and was with the whitest white woman you've ever seen?
Now, are we talking like albino?
No,
Or just
like land acknowledgement white, like super. Oh, how
yeah.
white
You
am
know
I
what?
talking?
You know what? Her name is Zoe. That's her name. It's Zoe. She has a Stanley Cup, you know, on the big ones, and she has one plastic straw she likes to drink out of, but she chews on it, so it's kind of like fraying at the top. And she wears glasses the first time I meet her, but I notice they're just like the blue blocking glasses, and she says shit like, "They just really accentuate the shape of my face."
I like that.
Yep.
That.
Mm-hmm. And she
has an autographed copy of White Fragility.
Oh yeah. And she also starts every conversation with, you know, that we're sitting on occupied land right now. Okay.
Oof. Like that white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What would you do?
I would egg her on to keep talking so I could get a good laugh out of it. And then later on, when I'm at 5 drink Mac, and that's at the point where I'm done fucking with her for my enjoyment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to give you shit the rest of the night.
Okay.
And I'm going to be like, bro, don't even lie to me. I know the first time you smashed, when you pulled them pants down, 70s Afro Bush just.
And that's when I knew it was love.
And then I'll say some shit like, did you have to like really twist her arm into shaving her pits? You're gonna fight.
We didn't meet in Santa Cruz.
Yeah. you're gonna fire back with, dude, she only just started shaving them last week, man. I'm so thankful, because there were times where she's like coming back from working out and she does one of these and it's just like
working out, dude. She's got a Peloton. What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, that's physical activity. It's working out.
Oh, but I'm saying she's not leaving to the gym to be with the unwashed masses.
Yeah. And then
I'm talking like a real deal white woman with like white woman shit.
And she's got like the full like subscription service to Peloton too. So she paid like $1,200 for the bike and is paying like $90 a month for the, you know. And then you hear, because I listen to Spotify, not premium, and I hear Peloton. You always hear this guy, "My name's Cody. I'm here for your midnight ride." You know, like, you know, and you're just like listening to that. And I'm like, how are you dealing with this? And you're just like, bro, it's love.
Dude, you don't understand. Sometimes I just want to eat little sandwiches.
Yeah.
It's crust cut off.
You know? Be like,
everything I make is too spicy though. She hates my cooking. Everything I make.
Oh, dude, yeah. Yeah. Like you put some Tonys on it. She's like, ooh.
Ooh, what is Can you not make mine spicy? I can just give you water.
Yeah. Like you're sitting on the couch, you're like, you know what? I'm in the mood for Thai food. And she's just like, ooh. So like you go get Thai food and then you take her to McDonald's. You know, like she's gotta
just Chipotle. No, she can't do McDonald's. She can do
Chipotle.
Yeah, she's like, I can't do McDonald's. I can do Chipotle.
Oh no,
like she comes down here to visit and she complains there's no Chipotle here.
Yeah, or it's not McDonald's. She goes to Chick-fil-A. That's where she wants to go.
Kushlik says, "Wow, babe, more of that handmade tartar sauce." Kushlik, you're literally jealous because you're sitting there trying to, you know, impress the cats, and they're like, "Man, this fish would be great if we had something to dip it in, better than ketchup." And you're sitting there like, "I have ranch," and they're like, Yeah, I'm out. Sorry.
Like I had a good time, but then you said ranch and
Coach like, that's so weird. It's weird that you're just making fish and chips for strange. You're making tartar sauceless fish and chips. That's the weird part right there. There's nothing more weirder than you fucking deciding to make. That's just fish sticks. God damn it, Coach. You just made fish sticks. I hope that wherever you are in the great country of Mexico, that you are laughing and a little tear has fallen down on your face from thinking about making fish sticks for adults.
Yeah. I mean, Zoe's very upset that that she asked for just the regular chicken sandwich from Chick-fil-A and she got like the spicy deluxe.
Oh, that's a whole conversation the next day over. Coach looks as I'm 100%. That's good. That's good. You know, and anyone that's still watching, if you've been watching for 4 hours and 47 minutes, or if you came in at the 2-hour mark when we found out that my mic was off. Because remember, in my ear, I hear my microphone. So I'm sorry.
God, I'm just thinking about that conversation the next day at Starbucks, man. Jason, like after you had Thai food and you ran in to get my order.
You ran in to get my order. Yeah, exactly.
And you know, I just wanted the regular chicken sandwich. You know, I can't do spicy food. And you brought me the spicy deluxe. You know, I don't do well with cheese. 1, okay, and 2, it burnt. But I didn't want to make you mad. I didn't want to make you mad at me, so I ate it, and it hurt. And it hurts me that you do things like this to me.
That voice, if I wasn't so exhausted, I think I'd break the chair. I don't know if this is a record for this show in general. I'm not trying. Neither one of us is trying to break one, but we've tried to end this 4 times already, and I can't end it now because you just killed it with that fucking voice. Because the juxtaposition between Chelsea Handler fucking, you know, making it look like a crime scene in the bathroom. Just fucking, you ever seen someone taking a shit just like, oh my God. You didn't look behind you? and then the juxtaposition between Chelsea Handler and you're like, hey Chelsea, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. You okay? No, I'm not, Chelsea. What the fuck are both sides of the bowl doing? I need you to come here and look at this. What did you flush?
You go in there with some gloves and like the toilet brush. You're taking care of that, okay?
Yeah,
that's all you.
What do you mean if you didn't have this little bitch ass Mexican toilet? Chelsea, what kind of turds are you dropping at your house? Did that thing coil? If I had a flute, I think I could have made it dance. Chelsea, it's too much.
No, see, the thing is, if you said that to Chelsea, she'd conjure up some more and give you an upper decker and then leave.
Yeah, that's what you don't, right? You don't want to like incite a shit riot with Chelsea Handler. And then you have the juxtaposition, which is the new white woman that's a real deal white woman that takes the spiced shit. And if you say the same, like, hey, Bethany, what the fuck? You didn't look behind you? Look behind me. What do you mean? Why are you crying? Because everything burns. Her turds are more curved than Davey's dick. But can you imagine? This is also real talk. This is why I'm single too. This is literally my son's mom. I used to be like, "Oh, dude, what's fucking wrong? You okay? Look like a murder scene in there. I need to get crime tape up."
We have to call a hazmat team to clean this bitch.
Christ, what's going on? It looked like when the asteroid, when they blew up Alderaan. This goddamn asteroid field in here. The sad part is, for anyone listening, we're totally sober.
Yes, I did nothing but drink water today.
Mac didn't drink.
Nope. And it was funny. Someone said, "Yeah, Mac's not drunk enough for like off the rail shenanigans." And I'm like, "Oh, sir, I don't need drunk to do that."
Better hold his fucking tap water.
Yeah. Better hold this bottle.
Dude. Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with the curve. In some cultures, it's desired. Seriously, this Lola, I apologize. I'm just gonna apologize. You are a true blue TIR person, and I don't want you to leave. Don't leave.
Yeah, I mean, come here, boo.
Strom says, "What if I told you I know tap water in person?" Oh, do you know that person for real? I don't know. There was, oh God. Kushlik says, "What was that? I'm scared." Kushlik. This is what happens. Look at me. Everyone look at me. I eat raisins. Nothing wrong with raisins. I like carrot raisin salad. And hey, maybe if I play my cards right and use the secret, I can find a woman with a flat butt like me and my mayonnaise carrot raisin salad. And sometimes when I'm feeling a little spicy, I put pineapples
Found footage ad stream. This is a deleted scene from Interstellar. 65-year-old Jason is screaming at him right
I hope you guys enjoyed the show. We are coming up on 4 hours and 54 minutes.
Man.
I think YouTube has said no mas. Burn this and add it to the Vatican archive.
I'm so scared right now. Jason when Chelsea goes to the bathroom. Oh.
We thank you guys for hanging out. We did this for so long. I know Strom is like a night person at their job. So the fact that Strom is watching means either he's like on a break. He's in the same time zone as you. It's 2 a.m. It's 2 a.m. where you are.
Yeah. Still going.
Send this episode to the warehouse for Raiders of the Lost Ark. Please clean up afterwards. What the fuck you say, bitch?
Oh man.
It's 2 a.m. in the East Coast. It's 11 where I am. It's going to take me another hour to dump this to audio. You want to hear something even worse, man?
Or the Vatican archives, remember?
I bet they have the AI capabilities. So there's an AI feature, and I was going to do it with this show, where it goes and listens to us and it timestamps every goofy thing we do, and then it tells you a synopsis of everything we talk about. And I was going to do it with this show, but here's the kicker. I have to pay per hour, and I only have 6 hours a month.
Oh God. That is, well, and honestly, I don't know if I really want to see what AI says about what we say on this show.
I kind of do.
These two idiots went on for 2 hours about Chelsea Handler and her bodily functions.
It spells my name wrong all the time.
Yeah.
Whatever. But no, it gets into everything, trust me. I've done it before a few times just to see if it changed the numbers and people checking out a show, because there's a more of a synopsis. And again, they timestamp everything. So for this 5 hour long stream, they would literally timestamp all the goofy shit. If you guys think I should do this,
I mean, dude,
I will do it. I won't be done. It won't get done for 2 hours.
and on top of that, if we do it, maybe Sam Darnold will actually listen.
Oh my God. He's going to get, because they do the hashtags.
Hashtag racist Sam Darnold.
Dude.
Oh, God.
Hunter says that might actually be too many timestamps. I'm being totally fucking serious. I was like, we'll keep a solid hour, maybe 2. And we got to 2 hours. I was like, okay, I can still do it. By the time I got to 4, I was like, oh, I can't do it. But now I'm like, maybe I exhaust all of the AI capabilities for the month. Maybe I shouldn't, because I got some big shows coming up. They're kind of, we'll see. Right now, I'm really tired, like Mac is, and like you guys are watching. I love you guys for hanging out and making us second screen viewing and first screen for some people. Lola, don't leave.
Please don't.
Don't leave.
Actually, nobody leave. All right, nobody leave. We just want to give you a big digital hug and keep you in our little group.
This is the moment where we take the picture. Like when I was on tour for years, this is the moment where everybody gets together and you take a picture with everybody. My Yo Gabba friends were at Coachella. They performed at Coachella.
Good for them, man. Good for them. I love those guys.
Nice people. Great people. So I was really happy to see that. And I watched that, what's it, the Grimes person?
Oh, Elon's ex?
That just didn't know how to DJ. I watched a little bit of that.
I didn't even know she was a DJ.
Everybody's a fucking DJ, Mac.
I'm not. Or maybe I am.
And then again, Scooby, do your face. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
If Mac, we have 30 seconds. We just added more viewers. Do we just sit here for 30 seconds and make it a full 5 hours, or do we end it at 4:59:36? You tell me.
No, we go 5. We're gonna make this a marathon.
Okay, we're gonna go full 5. Then I'm gonna. That's what she said. We're gonna. Okay, 10, 9. Oh my God, we're almost there. 3, 2, 1.